Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to another Wednesday live stream where I fix laptops, but I don't look at them ahead of time, so I have no idea what we're about to get into. I hope everyone's doing good tonight. What's up, everyone says. Already got quite a bit of people here, so I do have a vote up there if you guys want to go ahead and start voting, but I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it, each one here in a second. If you want to kind of hold off on that, you can do that. But we do have three different models: XPS, G15, G Series, and an Alienware. So, hello, Santa Claus, G19, how you doing? Sunnytronics, Trolley, Nobody, Reallander, Ian, how you doing? Premise, back. How you doing, Premise? Missed you last Saturday or Sunday. DIY Dave. DIY Dave, beat it. Yeah, so Premise will be creating, or is DIY Dave going to do the poll? Someone's doing it. So Twitch's poll will be coming up shortly, and then we'll start the shenanigans. But hello from Round Rock, Johnny B, Canadian Quake, how you doing? All done. All right, so we do have our Twitch poll up and running. Oh yeah, we got 9 minutes in. So yeah. So we have 9 minutes left of voting. So a little bit about each one. So the G15, no, it's not G15, G5, 5590. That is a spilled coffee on it type of situation, went to another repair shop type of situation. They already cleaned it situation. My other tech looked at it and says it kind of powers on. It gets some power lights, but nothing happens, and then each time it's a little different. He even sent it through the ultrasonic cleaner. So we don't know. It's going to be a messed up one. I hate liquid damage. So if you want to see me struggle, choose that one. Looks like 5% of the people are choosing that one so far. The M17R5 is just a no power situation. I don't know. It's what's new with those. What's new? And the very last one is an XPS 9710. This was brought in by a local customer who said he just needs the LCD connector replaced, which I've never replaced one on there, and it's completely ripped off. But I was like, well, let's plug it in and see if the thing powers on. The machine doesn't even power on. So he's surprised it doesn't power on. It doesn't power on. And I'm not surprised looking at that LCD connector. So who knows? I think there's going to be some ripped components inside the board. So we're going to be doing some hunting and looking and doing all that. So that XPS may be a problem. So hello from Brookshire. Hello. Algeria, sorry. How are you doing? Indiana says hello. It says hi. Oh, coffee-holic. So I have my coffee today. Got an ice cold brew with some honey. And it's Nate's honey, which is the best honey around, by the way. Nate's honey. Any LLM today? So the only one that's going to have LLM is going to be the M16R1. Or no, it doesn't have an M16. So no LLM. Yeah, I think we're clear. We're in the clear tonight. No liquid metal today. No metal today. So I've never replaced any capacitors, but why is this thing on my screen? I can't see. There's something on my screen here. Go away. There we go. I think I got it. It was covering up the chat. Did I fix it? All right, sorry. Welcome to the greatest laptop fixer in the world. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I've never replaced any capacitors, but honestly, it keeps moving. I gave a 6-month warranty, so I don't think the capacitors are really that important. That's what Soren says. We'll replace the capacitors in another video. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I always just put them back because it doesn't, you might as well. That's why I feel like it's not like it's that much more effort to put them back. So, bourbon. Hello from Kentucky. It's 4 a.m. in India. Well, go to sleep. Liquid metal is what's in Doc's back. So is Doc doing okay? Our old Doc White was in surgery, and we're hoping everything's okay with him. What's going on here with my Twitch feed? We have a hype train over there on Twitch. Appreciate that. Major, thank you for that. Twitch, baby. Happy Twitch, baby. Let's see, this chat is moving so fast again and my brain can't even process it. So anyway, make your votes. There's 3 different systems completely. I guess I can put the poll up. Pull the poll up. Pull the poll. There you go. Studying physics and my daughter, how do you say that? Aja at 1 a.m. Save me. It's 1 a.m. Well, Physics is actually pretty interesting stuff, isn't it? Isn't it? I always enjoyed physics. Green juice of the day is actually orange juice, I guess. Berry. It's a berry juice. I just got a different flavor this time. So this is apple, orange, raspberry, strawberry, mango, and the last word, the last type of, how would you say that? I don't know. I don't know. Can't read. Words are hard. Did you fix anything Sunday? So I fixed the one from Sunday. Okay, so let's go over the one from Sunday so you guys, we'll put everybody on the same page. Great, I dropped the lid. All right, so we had an M18R1 that came in Sunday, or that we worked on Sunday. No power. Was it no power? Anyway, had a blown MOSFET on the, not a MOSFET, God, my brain. Okay, no, we had a blown power management chip, but it burned a hole into the board. We had to kind of rebuild the area where the power management chip is, and then when they also had a melted DC jack, we replaced the DC jack. Okay, so that's what we did. And when we put it back together, we plugged in the battery, smoke came out. And what it is, it actually reburned all that stuff. So I figured out that that hole underneath the power management chip was, there was a ground plane right underneath that, and then there was it was touching just lightly, just I mean, it wasn't actually touching it, but it was all the carbon that was built up in there. So what I ended up doing is I dug all those pads out of there, cleaned the whole I just dug that whole hole out. I did a Soren thing. I just tunneled, right? And then I filled the whole thing in with solder mask, and then I soldered 2 wires to the power management chip, and then soldered the power management chip on, and then I had these wires running over, and then I just soldered those on, and then filled everything in. And actually, everything's working. It's all up and running, except it doesn't charge the battery. So that's the only thing I got. I have no charge current going in. It detects the battery, it runs off the battery, it just doesn't charge. So I don't know at this point. So I've spent many hours on it after that, just trying to figure it out. So maybe you guys can help me. I don't know. I have it off to the side. The customer would like it to charge, but at this point, I'm happy that it actually runs. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. So science stuff is interesting. It literally includes everything. It includes everything. That's right. That's what science does. Today's sponsor is orange-colored drink. Especially nuclear physics. I actually like quantum mechanics whenever I start going into like really deep thought stuff. I used to listen to a lot of quantum mechanics stuff when I was going to sleep. Hopefully some of it would retain in there. But thermodynamics and all that stuff is super interesting to me. Okay, red orange juice today. Instead of green juice, change is good. Well, it was 2 for $7, and I bought a green one. I have it in the fridge, and then we'll see. What is this chart we have here? Okay. It's a proper repair. It's a proper repair. Tazzy just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much there, Tazzy. You are just a spectacular gifter. Let's see who got gifts today. So looks like E.T. and Vilebus and Sloth and Garbage and Leon all got gifted subs. Thank you so much for that. We have, it looks like 2 minutes left. And I'm just going to put a little something on so it's not so silent in here. Thank you so much for being the most excellent with a little heart. With a little heart there. Thank you so much. Quantum entanglement photons are interesting and can transmit data, which is actually really, yeah, the spookiness at a distance, right? Where they get entangled and it's faster than the speed of light because they're actually just connected there. Ken Como, how can I get your charger with display in Universal? That's an interesting case. So Universal is a little more complicated. I have a PSID pen that passes through and it goes to the Dell charger. So I mean, I think we could come up with some sort of way of making my power box a universal box, but we'd have to have 3 wires because like HPs have a communication line, but I think it's just a resistor or something, right? And then, so I'll think about it, but I don't work on any other machine, so I have nothing to test it on. So I feel like someone else can convert these things. Somebody else is, right? I think somebody else did convert one of these. So you might want to kind of put it out there in the ether and maybe someone can do it. 1984, you know, believe it or not, I have not I have not read 1984. I mean, I know bits and parts of it. I just don't know the deep weeds of it all. So I don't know. I used to get grounded until I put things back together. I took it apart for science when I was a kid. You know what? I grew up dirt poor, so every single thing that I got was broken. I feel like because we got it from yard sales and Goodwill or Gifted or whatever, and it was all broken. So I was always taking that stuff apart and I was fixing it or repurposing for something else. And that's how I kind of got it into this. So no problem here. DIY Dave, are you on the line? DIY Dave is here. Okay, so our votes are in. So we have the M17R5 doesn't power on. This time I didn't say no signs of life, and it still won. I guess you guys just don't, you guys like it when there's no power. Second place is going to be, oh wait, highest percentage, yeah, 55%, so no power, so M17R5, and then the 9700, 9710. So that one's going to be interesting. We're going to be doing something that I've never done before. You guys love doing that stuff together. I always thought about it. I was like, do I really want to fail in front of everybody? That's what we're here for, right? Because everyone's going to learn together. Everyone's going to learn together. Repairing. Let's see. What did you say here? Same here. When my parents figured out I couldn't fix stuff, I assigned to look at it before we paid to get it fixed. That's a good way of doing it. No signs of happiness is more like it. It's sadness, I tell you, it's sadness. So M17R5, it's a frequent guest on the show. They like to come by and be a no power. You know, right now we could actually put up some bets on what it could be because I could bet it could be one thing for sure. I don't know. It mainly is this exact same thing over and over again, but I mean, it could be lots of other things. So I'm going to put my bet in right now that it's going to be the CPU's MOSFET. Anybody else? Y'all put your stuff in right now. So I want you to say CPU. I want you to say Wi-Fi card, GPU, capacitor somewhere, or like a lower power rail or something. You think it's gonna be hot glue? Hot glue it is! Did you guys watch that hot glue edit? I was able to edit that down. I'm sure you guys did see it, but. Let's read his note. You know what? Maybe there's a little more information to this that I forgot about, so let's take a look here. Broke DC jack while charging. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe I didn't give you all the information. Maybe I didn't have all the information. They use the words no sign of life, people. It's their description. Okay, so, it would have been nice to have a poll to do this, but okay, so CPU, GPU, MOSFET, CPU. So we got a lot of CPU. Cracked capacitors. CPU was hot glued onto the board. Okay, so DC jack broke while charging laptop, resulting in power surge that left motherboard showing no signs of life. So no signs of life. That was their wording, not mine, their wording. So I guess I'll have to put that in the intro, right? So they broke the DC jack? The DC jack spontaneously broke. Is that what they're saying? And there's a brand new DC jack in the bin here that they bought from us. It has my label on it. So I don't know. Okay, let's do an intro. Oh, okay. Here, I'll give you a preview. They broke the DC jack. So there's supposed to be an internal core, plastic core in there, and it's gone. So that means PSID pen, the communication line, and 20 volts and all that stuff is, they're all going together as one. Freedom! Okay, let's do an intro. Let's get going on this. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have Alienware M17R5. Now this one, the customer said that they broke the DC jack and the laptop no longer powers on even after they replaced the DC jack. It went ahead and shattered the connector completely. So we're gonna have to take a look at this. I haven't taken a look at this yet, but we're gonna take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. What was that? I don't even know where I was going with that. I got lost in my own thoughts. I don't even know. All right, so this thing, PD controller, this doesn't have a PD controller. Well, it does have a PD controller, but it cannot charge this laptop. I still nailed it. Dave, you've got to be crazy. I nailed it. No. The shirt that I'm wearing tonight, if you're wondering, this is going to be my tribute shirt to the greatest technician that's ever lived. So, you know, it's a mockery. It's a mockery. But I do link all the shirt. Anytime I wear a shirt, it's always in the video description. If you want to support the channel, you can buy that. Plug it in, plug it in. Okay, so I'm going to say not plug it in. Can I do that? Is that okay with you? So this DC jack is shattered. Shattered. But they have a brand new one right here. Brand new DC jack. Nothing but the best. Yep, so we have a brand new DC jack. So that's what the jack's supposed to look like. That hole's supposed to have something in the center like that. And there you go. And so it's completely gone if we compare and contrast. So where's all the rest of the stuff in there? So how do you think that happened? Quantum entanglement of glue. Did they trip over the cord? I don't even know how people do that. Let's look at the end of their charger. The charger doesn't look damaged. It doesn't look like it's been tripped over. I don't know. All right, so let's do our thing. I'm going to plug in the other jack to try it out, but we're going to say. All right, first thing I want to do is see if it turns on. And we got nothing. This looks like it's going to be the Ryzen 9 edition, so the highest end there is, which is always fun whenever they break. So since the DC jack's broken, we're just going to open it up and plug in a different DC jack to make sure that it's working. We don't want to blow anything out. All right, and the bottom is off. So we'll take a quick look around. We got the main battery. It is OEM, and it is unplugged. So we got to flick the battery connector just to make sure it's unplugged. This DC jack is unplugged anyway, so that's good. We do have, looks like one NVMe populated. This one's not populated. Wi-Fi card is always the issue, and it's installed, so that could be what our problem is in the first place. And there's 2 sticks of RAM. The fans look clean. So let's plug this guy in here. Now the specs on this one is probably in the neighborhood of a 30 series, so 3080 or something like that, with a Ryzen 9, so like a 6900 HX or something like that. I think that's the specs on it. And we're just going to dingle dangle this out the back. Is that okay with you? Is it okay if I just kind of dingle dangle it? So I will put it there. I'm going to plug in my charger actually. I don't even have the charger plugged in. You idiot Stimpy. Okay. Okay, so this is their new DC jack that they purchased from us, and we will plug it in. Suspiciously. Okay, so I plugged it in. It's been plugged in. That's it. So current, here, let me reset the current meter. And let's pull up the chart. So I'm going to try it again. Unplug, plug it in. So it's not even going to 0.01. I don't know what it's actually going to. It looks like 0.0040, something like that, in that neighborhood. So it's not really even pulling any current. I'm going to open the lid, close the lid. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Press the power button. Okay, no signs of life, people. Nothing to see here. So what we have determined is this thing is no good, and so we're going to have to replace the motherboard. So let me go get one from the warehouse. No, just kidding. So let's go ahead and pull this back off right here. The technical term is jingle dangle. Jing-a-lang, jing-a-lang. All right, I got to get this rear cover off so we can actually get to it. We got to do a DNR. So I did, back in the day when I was doing a bunch of shorts, and instead of long form ones, I did quite a few of them where I was like, so this will need a motherboard replacement. Let me go get one from the warehouse. And then I was saying, no, just kidding. And people were just like irate. Like I was saying that. What'd you say? Bill the customer and send it back. That's right. There's something wrong? Bill the customer, send it back. And we almost ship same day or next day or the day after that. What day am I going to ship this stuff back? I have no idea. But it's one of those days we're going to ship it back. All right, no fix, invoice. Oh, come on. This thing is glued on here. Does someone hot glue the back on here? Oh, it looks like someone even had problems prying it off. They put a big piece of, oh, you know what? I need a big boss. Did you know that? I wish I had a big boss. Like just hand stuff too. that the bosses of all bosses that can like take apart the laptop for me, put it back together for me, just do all the dirty work for me. That would be nice. All right, so the rear cover is off. I'm going to take this off of here. I shipped my pants. That's right, I don't wear pants on these streams. Did you know that? It's a little hot in here, so I always take my pants off. Uber lazy, I know. Well, he only gives 20 minutes, he said. I mean, I'm just going by based on what he said. But he had a video that explained exactly how much time he'd spent on each repair, and he said something like 20 minutes or something. So he only gives it 20 minutes, and if you can't fix it in 20 minutes, it's time for the next repair. So he allots a certain amount of time to it. And he's working smart, not hard. Dang, I buffered. No buffering allowed. At my job, we call those interns. Yeah, I mean, I have one minion around here. I call those minions, but got one minion. But the thing is that we need someone who can diagnose it properly, right? So the first portion is kind of like important. Maybe I diagnose it, then give it to a minion to take it apart, then gives it back, and then I say, okay, it works, and then give it back to me. I don't know. That's a lot of giving and taking. I would rather just be... I wish I could just click my fingers like this and all the screws are out. Just magic. So I'm going to take the SSDs out of here because I need to get them out of the picture before we start messing around with some stuff. But new day, another laptop that needs to be saved. Today we have an M17R5, and I'm guessing as the customer damaged the DC jack, then threw the laptop in the... Oh my gosh. And you got to say it like you're an announcer. I don't know where this announcer voice came from. White Noise gifted a sub to Sick. Thank you there for that gifted sub there, White Noise. Does anyone else talk in an announcer voice whenever they're trying to, I don't know, make a point? I don't even know why I do it. I have no idea. It sounds like Malwich. Malwich. It has no start and it has no end. Am I taking this whole thing apart, or am I just... I don't know what I'm doing. All right, let's take a look at the DC jack. So usually what I do before I start taking all this stuff out is I actually plug things in, but I think I kind of got carried away. So let me plug in the DC jack. We're going to measure here and see how far the voltage goes before it stops. Now, if they blew out, let's see, if they plugged it in, the port was shattered, right? And so if the port shorted the 20 volts to the PSID pin, then it probably blew out like the PSID, the one-wire circuit. Okay, so Johnny says he talks like that when he's on the microphone. I talk like that, like I'm Casey Kasem or something, right? New day, new laptop to repair, and we have next on the stage number 2. Yeah, so, all right, so we're gonna measure right here as the DC jack goes in. So I'm gonna, you can't see what I'm doing? Okay. How's that? Is that better? All right, plug in the charger. Still have no real current to speak of. And I want to measure right here where the DC jack comes in. So what's going to happen here is we have the 20 volts coming in from the charger, hitting the motherboard just in the right spot. And we should have 20 volts there. We do, 19.8. Goes through these inductors. Going to go through a pair of MOSFETs here. And it's not getting through the pair of MOSFETs. And then we'll go through these pair of MOSFETs. And then it will go over to this current sensor resistor and energize the whole main power rail. How many volts do we have on the main power rail? 0. But can you even see the voltages on the screen? Of course not. Meter's not working. Come on, meter. This meter, I'm about to throw it across the room. I've been having nothing but problems with the wire for it lately. Let me reset the program. Tea Time. Just used their Prime sub. Thank you so much for that, Tea Time. Where is the program? Here it is. I'm going to close the program and reopen it. Let's see if this works. Maybe I'll need to write my own program to fix this. Hey, we have it. Okay. We have numbers. Okay. We good? Meter's working. Oh, minion names are Kevin, Stuart, Bob, Dave, Jerry, and Carl. Okay. Okay, so we'll recap. We'll go back over here. So voltage coming in, we showed 19.8. There we go. Going through these inductors right there. And then we're going to go through a pair of MOSFETs. They're working together as a team. So we should get 20 volts out of that, but we're not. So that means that these are shut off, and then it should come through these two. It's also shut off. And then if we measure right here on this current sense resistor, we should have, sometimes we should have some voltage. So the point is, like, if we have a situation where the power management chip shut off, a lot of times you'll still have like 0.2 here, like, you know, under a volt or something. You'll have something on here, but I'm measuring 0. You know what that tells me? I bet that the main power rail is shorted. That's just my bet. I bet it. It's been betted. So I'm going to measure it now. I'm putting it in resistance, continuity mode. So now if I measure the main power rail, we have a short. Now, if this actually wasn't shorted, then you would actually have some sort of residual voltage or capacitors that had some sort of charge, or another power rail that kind of feeds a little bit of power to it, or the power comes on for a second and shuts off and leaves the capacitors with the charge. So that's my whole point of like measuring this with voltage in voltage mode and seeing that there's 0 volts there. So we're down to a 0, 0. That's basically almost a 0, dead short. So who said capacitor? All right, we got PMIC or the CPU MOSFET short. So did anyone say capacitor? Russ said capacitor. Okay. D2 called MOSFET. So if it's a MOSFET, it's going to have to be the low side MOSFET, or the high and low. So a double sided all the way shorted to low, because the main power rail is at 0, it has to go all the way from 20 volts all the way down to 0. And if you're going through MOSFET, you're going through a pair. And so the high side and low side would have to be shorted all the way to ground. If it's just a high side MOSFET, then it would go to the CPU or whatever. So, so we said MOSFET. We don't know if it's a MOSFET or cap. At this point, I'm pointing towards cap. But it could also be protection diode. It could be the diode that protects the board from reverse polarity and stuff like that. Does the leg on PQ1 look weird? You calling PQ1 weird? Don't be calling people names. PQ1. That looks okay. Always has that sticky looking stuff. So it looks okay over here. All right, do you guys want to just go straight to voltage injection, or are we going to try to do physical inspection? Visible inspection. Is this the PSID circuit? I can't remember. Let's measure the PSID pin at least. So it's going to be, and I guess, have I explained it enough? PSID is the communication line between the charger and the laptop, and it tells the laptop how many watts it has, so it knows how many watts it can give, right, or take, give or take. So right now I'm in diode mode. I just want to make sure we don't have a short on the PSID pin. We're okay. So no big deal. So I don't think we're going to have a PSID issue over here. Looks okay. Yep. Looks fine. Okay, so if we do physical inspection, we'll make it take longer. But that's part of the fun. Oh, we still have RAM in here. Let's take the RAM out. Inspection is the right thing to do. I've worked on something for like an hour and then realized that there's this big burned area on the other side of the board I didn't even look at. So I know what you mean. What about this Wi-Fi card? What should we do with this? Should we like get rid of it? Probe it anally? Drone? That's inappropriate. This probing business. I think I started that probing thing. It's all my fault. 86 the Wi-Fi card. Burn it, toss it, get him out. Remove it, pull it. Man, that was pretty synchronous of doing something different. Everybody doing something different. Throw it out of the state. And we're gonna smoke it. And my lid got lost for my drink here, and I'm gonna spill it, I know I will. That's a little too sweet. I want something with some vegetables in it. It's like a lot of fruit. I don't want no fruit in my drink. Wi-Fi card to Narnia. Narnia. All right, so let's just look around. Quick like. So we'll start over here. This is going to be where the power button plugs in. This is a daughter board. It's a separate little board. We'll look for anything blown or any human pieces. That looks like a piece of a human's skin or flesh. And we'll look for any hair, because then we can send that to forensics and we'll know who broke this laptop. And some of that shenanigans. All right, so there's the LCD connector. Looks okay, doesn't look damaged. It's the backside of the CPU. Yeah, backside of the CPU. This is the RAM connection. This is going to be where the keyboard, well, that's the touchpad. This is where, like, if this machine had a different, like a regular keyboard, that's where the connection would have been there. That's where the battery plugs in. There's our power management chip. That's what's in charge of turning on and off these. So it's probably okay. It's not definitely not burned because it's actually telling these to turn off because it detects a short. So that's good to go. See if we have any other damage over here. So that side of the board looks okay. So we're going to have to pull the board out to do the rest of it. An evil laugh. It's a maniacal laugh, I tell you. I don't know where that came from, but so we'll probably have to pull the board out in order to look at the other side. Now, do we think, oh, we got to kill this pole. You're right, sorry. Do we think that, capacitor or a high or low side MOSFET? Capacitor or low side MOSFET. So we're going to have to do the other side now. You could still hear that bouncing. Can't wait to hear the bell, and you saved another laptop. It happens. Well, I don't have the bell button, though. Darn it. I need to put a bell in here. That's what I need. Maybe I'll have like a real chime, and I go, I saved another laptop, and I just ring the real bell. That would be even better. There's the bell. We got the bell. So you'll just do that exactly at the right time. So I'll have to time it out. You chime it, and then I do it. All right, Wes. Okay, me and you, right here. We're in sync. We're in sync. We're going to get this thing together. All right, we can practice if we want. No, we can't practice. We're just going to do it. Use the scientific method. That is true. Scientific method on this computer is you punch the keyboard. If you've not seen that, we've seen many a keyboard punched on this machine because people get irritated with it. Why won't this thing turn on? Or they're trying to do the Fonzie, you know? Hey, it's not a jukebox there. Oh, Deck just used their Prime sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard. No commercials for you. Bell for Dell. Bell for Dell. I think I almost got this out. When I know I get the last secret scroll, I'll be good. The best ever maniacal laughter. Hooded Claw from Penelope Piston. Jack finally pulled the trigger on a new hot air station, and Atten is beyond fantastic. It's what I have. I love it. I love it. Great recommendation. Nice to graduate from my 3-in-1. Awesome. That is good to hear. Yeah, whenever I got this one, because I have another one at home that I use at home now, and it's every time I use that one, I'm like, gosh, I need to get another Atten for the home. That is exciting. Super exciting. Now, one thing I did do is I bought extra ends for it. So I have these. You replace the tip. So the hot air or the heating element is just the tip here, and it just plugs in. So I just buy a couple of these and have them in my possession. And there's a 110 and a 220, whatever it takes, right? So I just keep these around in case it ever goes out, because there's also a thermistor and a heating element that goes out. So that's something to think about. I already have those stocked up. All right, and the motherboard is out. Nate, get an interview from the Dell, the Dell dude you got. Wait, dude, you got a Dell dude from. How do I say that? Nate, get an interview with the dude Dell. I think you're doing it backwards because you're. I don't know. Dude, you got a Dell. That's what you meant. I cannot say it. I cannot say it. It's too much. Too many words. You nailed it. See, me and Wes, we're right here. He knows. He knows. Too many words. I can't. My brain can't even process that many words. You don't even know what I'm looking at here. This screen, there's just so many words. It's just happening over and over and over and over, and it never stops. Forget about it. Forget about it. Fan versus pump hot air station. Ooh. Is it a pump or a fan? The one I have at home is a pump, and I know it doesn't pump very well. This one, it pumped real good. So I don't know if it's a fan or a pump. I feel like it's a pump. I don't know. A little too much bourbon. I am a little bit wound up today, aren't I? You're getting a Dell. Dude, you're getting a Dell. But didn't he say it like he was a, like an idiot, right? He said it in a way where he's like a stoner. Like, let me take a rip off this bong. Dude, you're getting a Dell, man. Something like that. That's what I feel like. Ben Curtis, is that his name? Didn't he go to jail for something? Or something happened to him? Yes, the stoner. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. There's something going on here. So I'm telling you, all these boards that come out, they're like cupped. Look at this. It's like a cup. I don't know. I don't get it. But maybe it's part of the aerodynamics of it. They caught him with a dime bag. Valley Kid. Oh, maybe it's more, yeah, I'm a Valley Kid, man. Yeah, you might be right. It's more Valley Kid. Yeah, my mom got me a Dell, so dude, you're gonna get a Dell too. Gosh, this is a lot of work. Oh. Dell, tell us what make and model you're getting. His name was Ben Curtis. God, this is so warped. Jay and Silent Bob search for Dell. Okay, I'm going to take these wings off of here. Sometimes it's easy enough to get this stuff out of here. I punched another keyboard. Okay. I feel like it's taking too long to take all these screws out. Okay, how long did that take? Did we time me? We only have this many screws. This actually doesn't have that many screws compared to some other machines. But, all right. The heatsink is off. All right, factory paste is never that good to see. Quality control was passed. Well, I feel like all these boards look like that. Now is it warped with it off of here? I don't know. Tech used their prime sub for the 3rd month in a row. Thank you so much. Maybe it's a little cupped. Is it cupped? It's almost like it's been getting hot here in the middle, and the board's kind of warped. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this board's a little thinner than some of the other Alienwares, and so maybe this gets so hot here, or maybe because the heatsink kind of screws in and like sucks onto that. I don't know. Maybe I should stop speculating and just get to work. All right, so let's do our physical inspection and figure out. Ben Curtis, who played the actor in the iconic Steven, aka Dell Dude, spent the night in jail from January 2003, caught after undercover police buying a small bag of marijuana. So that was true. That was true, huh? That's what the internet said. 12 more minutes. Probably too thick for that kind of warpage. All right, so let's take a look around here. All right, so we have nothing. So here's our power phases for the Ryzen 9 6900. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power stage. I believe it's these 4 together. That's going to be the integrated graphics or something like that, or a boost circuit. And those look all okay. And then here's our probably 30, it might be a 3070, not a 3080, but RTX 3070 or 3080. And I don't see any burned or charred anything so far, but we're just looking around to see if we see anything obvious. This stuff is going to be that kind of ooze that comes out of your padding, if you know what I mean. If you're picking up when I'm setting down. And our EC chips are under these stickers. And there's going to be our Tron lights that make the pretty alien head. There's a little power button for us, for our pleasure. Okay, I don't see anything, people. So y'all ready? Y'all ready to make it glow? You want to make it glow, huh? So we are going to light it up. We were going to light it up. 5 hours later, Still speculating. Yeah, that's what it is. We're going to go through all of our speculations for 5 hours. Okay, so here's our motherboard in the shot. Now, actually, I'll do it this way because we know we have the short on this side. And then we'll have to find a short on the other side if we're going to go that side with it. So we have, actually, let me go back to this shot here. And so let me just ask a question. This is just a test for those people out there. Now, if you know the answer right off the bat because you guys have been here for a million times, don't answer yet. Just let the people who don't know, but let them guess. All right, so we have a short on the motherboard on the main power rail, and it is, that's diode mode, so it's going to be even lower. So I'm just going to go straight resistance. So we have a short of come on, there we go. It's, if I press down hard enough, I got it down to like 0.1. Okay, so 0.1 on my meter is 0. Okay, so 0. So I have a short of 0. How many volts do I inject? Okay, so the reason why I'm asking this question is because, like, I don't control amps. Whenever I inject, I basically just let it go to full amps. It doesn't matter. Because what you do is you control the voltage, and that's what controls the amperage, because the resistance isn't changing, and if you change the voltage, you'll change the amperage, okay? So we have 0 volts, 0.02, 0.5, 1, 0.0. You guys are good. 0.6, very good. Okay, so then we have, one person said 2 volts, 19 volts, okay. All right, so with all that said, the real answer is, okay, that's actually pretty good. We got 1.2 volts, 0.5, 1 volt, 0.4, 0.3, 24 volts, definitely too high for 24 volt, 1.21 gigawatts, yeah, definitely. All right, so here's what you want to say. So if you have something that is close to 0, you don't need much in order to get a high enough amperage to create enough wattage, okay, because it's all going to be a ratio of itself. And even if the main power rail, because some people will say main power rail is 20 volts, so let's inject 20 volts. Well, I guess you could technically do that, but because it's a dead short, it's just going to be pulling it down, so it's not even going to end up being at 20 volts anyway. But you could turn the amperage down to something very low, like half of an amp or less than that, a quarter of an amp or something. But the thing is that if something is shorted to ground, it's no longer a 20 volt rail, it's a 0 volt rail, right? Because it's shorted. So what I do, whenever you have something almost 0, 0.3 is pretty good, 0.4 is pretty good of a volt, right? We get up to about a volt if we are closer to like 1 ohm or something like that. And we can't, it's hard to go above 1 volt. We can go to 1.2 maybe, but 2 volts is too high, and 5 volts is definitely too high, 1.5 volts is too high, 1.8 is too high. Now, I had a board earlier today that I went to 2.5 volts, but it's because I've eliminated anything that I know that was going to damage it. So right now we don't know what's going to be damaged when we inject the voltage. So we are doing 0.5 volts. Do you guys want the camera on this? Here, I'll pull the camera up for you. I'll put the camera on the injection tool so you can actually see how many amps is going out of it. All right, so my injection tool has no amperage limiting, okay? So if I touch the probes together, this is me touching the 2 probes together, and so I'm getting 6 amps at 0.4 volts, okay? And so that's what we're gonna be injecting at right now. And you ready for this, guys? 3.75. Okay, so I'm gonna inject right on that current sense resistor. And we can go a little higher if we need to, but, oh. Interesting. Okay, so I already see something. You see that one thing right there? Could it be that simple, people? Could it be that simple? Well, that would be nice. Let's see, where's that at? Is it a capacitor right there? Is it this capacitor? Is it like one of these? I can't tell. right here. This capacitor. What? What? This guy? You little stinker. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, well, that was unbelievable. I can't believe. So it's just a capacitor, people. All right, so now that we know it's a capacitor, now we can up the voltage and we can go make capacitor go boom. You want to make capacitor go boom? So we're going to put alcohol on here just to confirm. Now these scratches are from me touching it just now, but so I'm going to just kind of douse the area with alcohol. And what we're trying to do here is try and displace the alcohol. So I'm going to go up on voltage now. We're going to be up to 0.6 now. And here, we'll give you the meter again. Okay, so now with 0.6, we're going to get, oh, we can even go higher. I'm going to go even higher because that thing's strong like bull. Okay, here we go. So what did it get up to? 8 amps at 1 volt. That's a lot. I'm going to start a fire. Yeah, because this is 99% alcohol. Smart. So you see how the alcohol kind of evaporates right around that? So it's definitely this guy right here. That's it. So that's what we call an easy burrito because we're in Texas. I got 12 amps. My thing goes up to 34 amps. So it's pretty crazy. Oh, look, and you can actually see that the part of the side's breaking off now because I kept hitting it so hard with that current. And you can see the actual chunks are starting to break off the side. So I wonder if we could just, yeah, I don't want to break it off. So let's get it removed. Blow that fuse. There's no fuses on these things though, that's the problem. Be interesting if there was a fuse, but there's no fuse. Found it, remove it, give it back to Big Boss to reassemble, bill the customer. I don't know. So I'm trying to think of like the last time I've had just a capacitor. I probably get just a capacitor every, I don't know, maybe 1 out of 20 repairs. It's going to be a capacitor, so that's pretty nice to have that. Okay, fuses are overrated. Yeah, Dell does not put fuses except for LCD screens, cameras. That's it, really. All right, so if I test here now, we have no short, and I test the main power rail. No short. So this board will turn on and start working, and we're done. That's basically what we could do, but we're just going to put a new one of these back on here. What do you think that was? That's on the main power rail. Was it on the main power rail, though? I thought that these were the 3 volt and 5 volt. Interesting. Oh, this is ground. This must be mount. I don't know. What do you think? How big you want to go? 1 ohm. We're going to put a 1 ohm capacitor on there. We can do a 4.7 or 10 microfarad. 22 ohm. 22 ohm. Yeah, I was going to do a 10, I think. 10 will work. So here's our 10s. Now I can go grab a donor board also if I wanted to, but what fun is that? Not everyone has a donor board. No capacitor, no shorted capacitor, as Soren would say. All right, so should we even put any flux on here when we install this? Or should we raw dog it? Just dry dog it right in there. You're the expert, you tell me. All right, it's done. You're like, no, this, we should hot glue it on here. I'm gonna see if I can get the stick with no anything. It doesn't seem to be wanting to do anything. Look at that, see that? It's like really hard to solder it back on, so let's do it the correct way. Let's do it goodly. Let's do it nicely. Flux the smell. Okay, so we got our Black Horse flux out. The stuff smells like pine and awesomeness. And so if you have your flux candle from Black Horse Repairs, it's time to light it because the aromas are coming in hot. Smell-o-vision, go. There we go. So now I'm just tinning those pads. That makes it a lot easier to install it. So what's funny is that, you know, he made that candle and then he sold out in a couple minutes again. And I'm like, dude, you need to make like a bunch more candles than that. Just making 5 candles. I have an endless supply of customers for you because not everyone needs flux, but everyone could use a candle. Plus, if you're just interested to know what this smells like, right? All right, so there you go. It's installed now. That was a lot easier, wasn't it? Living in the future. I guess you're in Australia. Second one on the same rail nearby, testing the cap. So you think this one right here? You want me to do something with that? With that big boy? Change the second one on the same rail and test the cap. Oh, okay. Bad batch. Ooh. So LED thinks we need to take out both of them. And then we could also measure it for science, actually. Yeah, for science, I'm going to take this off, and I actually want to measure the capacitance anyway. And then we can see if we were right with our 10. All right. Takes 2 seconds. 1, 2. Uh-oh. Didn't get it off in time. It's fine. I know Premise is like, what are you doing, man? So what I like to do if I'm going to take something off just temporarily, anyway, if I want to find a value, just tack it off to the side like you'll see me do in a second if I can get to go. There we go. I'll just move it over like that. And that will mark it, or put it in a place where you can actually measure it, but it makes it where it's not on the board anymore, per se. And, oh, this is 20 microfarads. Double trouble. That's a lot of farads, man. It says nanofarads. Well, it said nano because I wasn't attached, but no, yeah, we're at 20. 1.21. ID says 10. 47 minutes in. Wes, have we done anything yet? I don't think so. Oh, 22, right. It's a 22. So 22? Really? What? I don't have any 22s. Busta Rhymes? 10 will work. Yeah, I'm not worried about the 10. And we could double them. That'll make 20. Or I can grab donor board. What do you think about that? Likely warm. Resets cold. Oh, you think it's because it's warm. No, because I think it's measuring right. Yeah, 23, 28, 20. Yeah, it's 22. All right. Yep, 22. I wanted to say 22. All right. I'm just thinking that we should not worry about that 10, or I can just grab a donor board and move stuff over. That's the whole thing about donor boards. I love them so much because they already have all the good stuff on them. Just like all the good stuff. They got all the good moves. It's fine. But I guess if Soren can just not put anything on there, it's much easier for him, right? Because, like, yeah, I have a board right here. Look, this board has 2 brand new 22 microfarads right there. 22, double stack. We could double stack. Ooh, we could go up instead of wide. Instead of going double wide, we can go double tall. That would be even crazier. But yeah, capacitance is additive. So if we were going to add capacitance, you put them together side by side and you can add capacitance. But it's the opposite in resistors. Resistors, it's divisative, dividative. How would you say that? Oh my gosh. Warmer the chip, the lower the resistance. Well, I'm not measuring resistance though. I'm not measuring resistance. Where we're going, we're not measuring resistance. Bridged with the top a little bit. I don't think it's bridged. But Lead Farmer thinks we should replace both, and I'm like kind of inclined to just do it. since we're here. So I'm just going to pull both of these off. I'm going to put the regulation ones on here because I have them. We're going to go regulation, people. We got to do it. Ohm's Law, baby. Oh, that's a shirt. Would you buy a shirt that said Ohm's Law, baby, and has like a, I don't know. We'd have to have something else on there. Careful, kids. We're learning something. You keep saying that to yourself, but I don't know if I'm teaching you much. I'm more just being sarcastic about everything. It's pre-owned. These are brand new, though. These have never been used. These look different than the other ones. You know what? I'm interested to know that these are actually 22. What if they actually are 10? What do you think about that? What about them apples? I bet them apples are probably probable. Oh, I just burned myself. I'm going to hook that off to the side. I'm just going to check these apples while we tack them in here. This is all science, people. That's why it's taking a little bit longer. Now, if we were not about science, then we would just go straight to it and get her done, and then I would kind of just be more boring. Ben Stein it or something. Shoot. Where'd you go? I'm just interested now. I want to know what this says. What's the value? What's the value? Stay. Good. Okay. Oh my gosh. Do it for science, I tell you. Okay, so now, do you guys think it's going to match? Oh, we should put an ohm symbol on this shirt. Okay, so ohm symbol and what would, see, I already forgot what we were supposed to say on the shirt. Something about like Ohm's Law is awesome or something. Darn it. Join the resistance, ohms. That's nice. Yeah, I'm supposed to take screenshots of these chats whenever I like it. I already forgot though. Say it again. Oh, Ohm's Law, baby. I love it. Ohm's Law, baby. I just love the way it's saying it. I'm going to just take a copy of that. Omega Law. Oh, Omega 559 Law. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Back on track here. 22. 22. All right, so they are 22. They're regulation. They're regulation. Did you like, does it not have the microfarad up there? Oh, a microfarad logo. That could work too. Okay, so now I'm ready to move on. So I'm going to move these into place, and then we will reassemble and test. Okay. So you see how kind of the solder around those look kind of crappy? If I don't say so myself. See how kind of crappy it looks? So all I'm going to do is reheat it again, but I'm going to add a little bit of flux on it. So when I reheat it, the solder kind of, I don't know, sticks. It's kind of sticky. But now if I do this, if I put this beautiful flux on here, then the solder just goes nice and pretty. There we go. So we'll do this one too. That one's ugly. We'll heat it up again. Oh, come on. A little windy here. Okay, there you go. Oh, got too much air pressure going on. Too much air pressure. All right, that's it. That's all we got. Enough shenanigans on this machine. We're done with this. We've already spent an hour on a machine that should have taken us like 8 minutes or something. These easy pizzas, by golly, they get you every time. Capillary action. All right, so let's clean this up. So I'm going to try to get the flux off of here while it's still warm. What if you put a 33 microfarad? That's huge, bro. That'd be like That would have some girth. Microfarad, right? It would have more capacitance. Not micro, M. What's the micro? Micro is a U, so what would the M be? Millifarad? Is that right? Milli. I said micro, but that's micro. Nano is even smaller. Yeah, nano's 9 zeros, micro 6, and then mega. There we go. Mega's the other way with it. So then you're going 3 zeros on top. Milli vanilli. Milli vanilli. All right, so I'm not even going to deal with doing the repaste right this second because we'll do that in another stream. You could frisbee the motherboard across the entire warehouse. That could be a competition I should do with my employees because we have so many motherboards around, like so many, like a plethora. And yeah, we should have a competition where we have like bins in different areas and that we need to toss. Like I have LCD screens too right now. I have a pallet of LCD screens that probably have, I'm not even kidding, probably 1,500 or 2,000 LCD screens that are bad or cracked. Are those pads right thicknesses? Oh, they do look a little non-regulation, but they are regulation, I believe. Because it doesn't look like someone took this apart. It's weird. It's like that clay stuff, that clay type of pad. But I've seen right here where you have like thinner ones, thicker ones, like that's like a 2 mil or 1.5 mil. And then you'll have like a thinner one that's on the capacitors. And then this is obviously janked, but we have the other jank to marry back into it. So I've done that. Oh yeah, I was gonna put a little bit of thermal paste on here. I'm just gonna deal with it tomorrow because all this will get redone tomorrow. Maybe not by me, maybe I'll have somebody else do it. Maybe I'll have Big Boss. Maybe I'll have Little Boss do it. I'm gonna give this back to Little Boss and let him reassemble it. Mini Boss. Oh, I didn't realize we had a poll. Will it post after the capacitor? So everyone says 92%, 82% says it's going to post after the capacitor. So you guys have some faith in me. Mini Me. Oh, it could be Mini Me. That's already been used though. There's already a Mini Me out there. Let's see, who could it be? Santa Claus. I have a 50 farad hybrid capacitor in my car. Is that for your base? Do you have a big woofer in your car? Or is that for like jump starting your battery in a freezing storm or something? I can imagine you have some bang in your trunk, some bump in your trunk. Hybrid. What's the hybrid supposed to mean? Does that mean it's part of your battery? It's for his woofer. For his woofer. I used to have woofers. And then I didn't. It was just like one day, I no longer had a woofer in my truck anymore. The plain Little Boss. The old Little Boss. Nate, I put Thermal Grizzly PTM on my i7 4700 over the weekend, and I don't envy you. Well, yep. It's one of those things. Now, if you have to clean up liquid metal before you put that on, then you don't envy me more. My motorhome has 2 500-watt subs. Oh my gosh. Do you have a big capacitor in there too for that one? Yeah, I guess you don't really need it if it's plugged in the wall. It's only when the car is trying to pull down. Like you need like a bigger, even, I guess I'll take this out. You need a bigger alternator, right? When you have big old systems. What would be a mini Nathan? A bit Nate? A Nate bite. Nate bite. All right, I'm going to install this jack while I'm at it. Jack it up. We're going to jack it in. A 2 farad cap. I have a bunch of capacitors at home too, like these big giant ones that I put into series, and I was doing some spot welding with And so I would charge up the capacitors and use that as my spot welder. I don't know why. You need to go on YouTube and learn how to extract gold from motherboards. I've totally looked into that, and the amount of chemicals you need for that, I'm not interested. But yes, at one point I did, because I had so many CPUs, it was like, I had so many. So then I was like, I'm just going to make a coffee table out of my CPUs that I have. This port and resin. Do you replace any strip screws that you find? I do. 100% I do. And right now, I feel like I'm stripping a screw trying to get the screw in here. This does not want to go all the way in. I'm going to put a shorter one in here. 2.7, 2500 farads. Nanonate. There you go, nanonate. A nate byte. Yeah, nanonate works actually. Micronate. Astronate. Oh, darn it. I'm going to put these on right now before I forget. These wings. If I had wings, I would fly. I hate these daughter boards too. Come on. Where's your home? Oh, I was putting it in the wrong spot. I'm like, why doesn't it want to go in that hole? Because it doesn't go in that hole. That's why. Okay. What brand of screwdriver do you use, bud? These are Westwards. We sell these like Westward screwdriver kits, so that's why I always use. What I like about them is that the ends are like a tungsten steel, so they don't wear out. So the amount of times I have to turn screwdrivers every single day, it lasts for. So I only replace these probably every year at most. So a Red Bull installation, strong leg bowl. That's the wrong hole. Yeah, I totally was trying to go in the wrong hole. That's not good. We don't like that. Nobody likes the wrong hole. Nobody likes it. Drone. Oh, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I initiated that. That was my fault. That was my fault. Well, somebody does. Oh gosh. UF stands for microfarads. Wait, UF stands for microfarads, and MF stands for millifarads, which equals 1 millifarad equals 1,000 microfarads. 1,000 microfarads. Right. Right, because that's, yeah, micro, yeah. So it's one back, right? One back below 0. It's the first 3 zeros, basically. I'm just trying to remember. I can't remember. No true words have ever been spoken. For your PCO, wattage matters. Higher wattage means higher voltage. Sweet, I got spoiled with my first job. Got Wera screwdrivers and been in love with them ever since 2007. I don't think I've ever had those before. Are they pretty good? Sorry to repeat, but can he put the bad chips or caps in ion the candles? What do you mean by that, Johnny? You're talking about to try to get the stuff out of it? Like, I have so many bad stuff. Like, what we usually do is pallet the stuff up. So right now I have a huge shipment that I'm collecting. It's probably going to be close to a semi that's full of just bad stuff. Like bad motherboards and bad screens and bad batteries. Some are swollen batteries, some are cracked screens, some are non-cracked screens. We have them all sorted. Then we have metal scrap. We have AC adapters. I have like Gaylord, like a Gaylord. I'm talking like huge, like thousands of pounds of AC adapters that are bad. Now we just collect up and we send to recyclers, and the recyclers give us a scrap value for them based on like weight, because they're going to scrap them. And then I usually take that money and I use it towards the employees. So anything we get for scrap, we throw company parties, or I was actually going to put a gym in here. So we're going to buy a bunch of gym equipment and kind of finish out this one area in the building to make a gym. Thought that would be kind of nice for them. Watts equals V times I. So current times voltage equals watts. Watts. So P, it's actually P equals I over V. Electronic recyclers will buy the stuff, right? So a lot of times it's kind of like they will take it and then they will tell me how much they got for it. It depends on what type of recycler it is. Some of them will just buy it right off the bat and like say, this is the price that we'll get, or we'll give you for it, like per pound. And then sometimes they'll be like, you know, we'll process it first, like a sort and settle, and then we'll give you the money for it. So it depends. I've had some bad dealings with some of the recyclers where they don't give me anything or they really screw me over. So, but I have a good guy I'm dealing with now. So, okay, so got it plugged in the power. We check here the power meter. We're at 0.03, 0.04, 0.05. So before we were sitting at 0, and now it's actually moving. I have no hands on it, no hands. So we're at 0.2. I'm assuming it's going to jump up to about 50 watts is what I'm guessing. Maybe 40 watts. 50 watts. There you go. So 50 watts, so we're at 2.5 amps. Why did I know it was going to go to 50 watts? Because it's charging the battery. Okay, so the initial inrush sat there and it was actually setting at resting current, and then it jumped up to charge the battery. So now I'm going to open the lid. We should have the current change again. And we do, and I can hear the fans grinding or rubbing against something. Something in this fan here. Not a fan, man. Not a fan of that fan. But it does work. So we got keyboard backlight. And did we get picture yet? Does that picture? I didn't see picture. But we do have keyboard backlight. So I'm going to wait for that. It's going to go through some sort of CMOS reset. It's going to take a little bit of time. 63 watts flatlining. I don't know. So press power then? Or enter. Caps lock working. Do we have RAM in it? No one said it. No one said it. I can't believe it. That was your job. That was your job. 2.3 error. Okay, so someone said that, but no one said, hey, put RAM in there. I almost put it in there without flicking the battery cable. That's not how we do it. Not in my house. Not in my house. We've got to unplug the battery first. Okay. So let's see if this is going to work. CD, thanks for the Prime sub for 2 months. Commercial-free enjoyment. All right, plugged it in. Open the lid. I can hear that fan blasting off, so there is some debris in the fan. It probably is just some sort of like fuzz or something like that. 2 RAM sticks. I'm only doing 1 right now. We're just trying to get through this. All right, so the current is changing. We're up to 100 watts now. Fan's starting to blast off again. If I kind of hold this down, it's quieter. So we're going to let it go through the CMOS reset. It takes a second for it to actually start up for the first time. And I think we're good to go. Pepsi is great. Give the man a second stick, please. All we had was a 2.4. We don't have any errors now. Before we had like a 2.3, which I think was Ramus. No go. Bed bugs in the blender. Some people take their shoes off when entering their house. Nate flicks the battery cable. Just a little flicker. I mean, you have to be safe. You have to be safe. I slaved another laptop. Slaved another laptop. Rammed it. Watched the screen be cracked. I hope not. I hope not. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. Come on. This is a long, easy burrito for a cap swap. See, John knows. He knows that it should have been faster. Did we save another laptop yet? It is the question of the night. Was it the power connector busted? Oh, yes, I switched it out. Just my brain just did it. And we got a picture I can't believe. I saved another laptop. there you go. So we did get it to turn on here. We are getting a memory change because I did change the memory. Well, yeah, picture, I can't believe. All right, so I actually do believe because it was just a capacitor. It would be kind of hard to think that to do it. So, Greedy, thanks for the 100 bits. So we're able to fix this laptop, and so we have one more in the books. Now, of course, what I'm going to do at the end of this is I will take it apart, clean the fans out, redo the pads if they need it, put fresh thermal paste on it. One of the fans are doing some sort of like grinding or something. There's something in the fans, but this ended up being something very simple. It was just a capacitor that was actually blown. We ended up replacing 2 capacitors in the same area, and we matched them with a 22 microfarad capacitor to make sure that nothing happened in the future. Now, why did it happen? Usually heat's involved. That does get pretty hot because it is on the backside of the board, the backside of the CPU, GPU, things like that. So, but I'm happy I was able to save this laptop, and I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. Just kidding. Okay, so we're good to go. Let's go to the next machine. Did I get you? Did I freak someone out? Did they think it was just ending? All right, so I'm going to put this one in the books, and we're going to move on to the next one. What is this? You're like, what just happened? What just happened? Psych. Psych. Put an O at the end of that, and that might be a little more valid. Dana, your texts are giving my M18R2 the works. I appreciate the great service. Is yours the one with the screen issue? Justin, I hate you and I love you at the same time. You are too addictive. Is it all the sarcasm? Do you come for the sarcasm and stay for the fixes, maybe? I don't know what you came fix for. So, but yeah, we do have one here that's actually we're giving it the works, where when we call it the works, we basically de-liquid metal the whole thing, clean out the fans, do all the stuff, and then we do a fan mod on it. But then there's this one that's having some sort of screen issue where it doesn't start up every time. It's not, it was just based on their description. We haven't looked at it yet, but it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. All right, so the next one that we're working on is gonna be come for the sarcasm and stay for the alien probing. That's what it was, Dave. I was looking for the last thing to come for and stay for. Stay for the science, that works too. Nate and Nano rule. Yeah, I need to get with Nano. I want to see if we could do a thing together. Me and Nano, I think we would kind of go together like peas and carrots. I feel like it. Psycho. Oh, flick it. Okay, so here's the old DC jack. It's nice and messed up, so we're going to put that off to the side. So the next machine is going to be this XPS. XPS, here it is. So this XPS is going to be messed up, bro. And so this is somebody who brought it in locally. And he did not, he thought it worked. So let me make sure there's no personal information. No personal information. Okay, so let me give you the note here. So the note just says, try to replace the LCD connector. So this is my note because I was checking it in, and he brought it in. He had the bottom off already. So he said, hey, take a look at this. Can you replace this connector for me? And I said, I don't know, because it's going to be hard and I've never done it before. So that thing is fugly, right? There's lots of stuff going on here. So he said, can you replace this? And I said, I done now. But we tried to turn it on, and it doesn't turn on. So he didn't know that that was going to happen. So anyway, so that's what's going on with it. So let me do our intro. You guys always get the preview before I do the intro, so we get to do that real quick. And it says 9710, right? Okay. All right, here we go. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a XPS 9710. Now this was actually brought in locally by a customer who said, hey, I ripped my LCD connector off the board. Can you replace it? I said, I've never done it on this machine, so I can definitely try. But let's see if your laptop even turns on, and it doesn't turn on. He was unaware of this. He thought the laptop worked fine, but the LCD connector was busted. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. There you go. So that's kind of the gist of it. We have the LCD connector has been ripped on the board, and I don't know what we're going to do. I nailed it again, apparently, huh? That intro, I nailed it. So let me just show you what it does when we plug it in. Let me plug my cable in here. So here's my crazy USB cable I made. It's a crazy Nate's USB cable. So I'm going to use my bypass here, plug this in. So I take my spike meter that's still kind of just ghettoed together, and then I do this crazy jobby. So now I got this circle of fun. So now I got this. And then this part right here plugs into a USB-C charger. Oh my gosh. You guys are crazy. Okay, here we go. And now I got that there. And then now I can plug this in, and then you guys can see it on the meter. All that for you. This is all for you, people. I do this because of you guys. And science. Okay, the Franken cable, that's what it was. I forgot what it was called. The USB A through Z. You're right, that's right. Justin is a board member. Thank you so much. Crazy Nate's crazy USB cable. Oh, thanks for the sub there. Oh, and Tazzy just gifted, or Tazzy just became a board member for the 3rd month. Thank you so much there, Tazzy. Thank you, Franken cable. All right, so here's our power meter here. Let me plug it in. Let's just see how much current we pull here. Plug it in. We're at 5 volts, 20 volts, and nothing. It just sits there at 0.02. Okay. Let me unplug the main battery here. Just get that out of the picture. We can't really flick this. There's not flicking going on, but you know, I can do whatever I can. Just a little bit of flicking. There's a little bit of flicking. So I'm going to open this up. I'm going to plug it in again. This machine should turn on automatically when I plug it in. And we got nothing. Press the power button. We got nothing. We got nothing. Would you prefer the XPS 15 or 17? I can tell you right now, I own the 15. That's the one I use. The 17 I like better in the sense that it has more room, better cooling, and the battery's bigger, the screen's bigger. I'd like the 17 better, I guess. Now, they're actually not, the 17 isn't made by Compal. The boards aren't Compal, so I don't know. Do they break more often? They don't break any more often than each other, so I don't have to worry about it. All right, Sora no says, my company just had a pro support warranty with 3 Kurosax, I can never pronounce that SSD name, but for my client, all the computers from the same 2-year batch. Were they right around 2022? Because I believe you. But if they're a year ago or so, I don't know. That's crazy. Another port? Another port. So are we talking about my cable here? Spike meter. Spike meter's working. Oh, I don't have the chart up there. Yeah, I'll put your chart up there. All right, sorry. All right, let me plug it back in with the meter up, the chart up there. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I can clear the actual max current here. All right, so it just jumps up to 0.02 and that's it. Just kind of rests there. So, Kurosawa, oh, it's Toshiba drives. That's right. I forgot that they do it. So it's actually 2024. Weird. That is weird. Are they the Phison chips though? Because Phison had a bunch of issues with their drives. So I don't know. That's definitely weird. Okay, so here's where I don't know where to start with this, but I don't know where we're gonna. I know where we're gonna finish. We have to replace the LCD connector, but I don't know where we're gonna start. Now on this machine, there's a tendency, 2 different tendencies that happen with this. Okay, and so I'm just gonna start by just examining this and looking for stranger danger. So we have crazy denting going on back here. This is broken. And the reason why I'm looking at the chassis here is because these bottoms are incredibly hard to get off. and people have a tendency of prying in the back in order to open this thing, and they end up ripping things off. So my inclination is correct, apparently. Look at that, bro. So this machine has had the old screwdriver and its vents story here, trying to get the back off, and they shoved a screwdriver in here and pried. So there's screwdriver dents there. We probably had, that's probably what even did this in the first place, broke that. And then we have more dents over here. So this has been pried. Now what ends up happening when they start sticking screwdrivers where the sun doesn't shine, they rip off components on the side of the board too. So we have to look around here on the edges, and then we'll look around on this side. So I've seen that a number of times. And we also just need to look at the LCD connector and make sure we don't have any shorts there, because it could just be in the LCD connector itself for all I know. Because this does look a little fugly. Oh my gosh, look, we're missing a bunch of components, people. So the LCD connector they ripped off, the battery's unplugged. These are touching together. That's touching, 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 touching. This, I think there's a bunch of capacitors that's supposed to be there, and they're gone. They don't even exist anymore. They're nothing to me. Is there supposed to be capacitors here too? Well, this looks like there's stuff ripped off here too. Yes. Okay, so where do we start? Well, I guess we're going to start by pulling the board out and do a physical inspection. I think we're going to have to do that, right? And then what we'll we'll have to use a donor board to fix all this stuff. The other thing I was going to tell you that could happen with this is the way that this is set up is we have our chipset here, right? We have our heat sink for our SSD, and it goes underneath this battery. And I have a video out there that says how to destroy your laptop by upgrading the SSD or something like that. And so the customer will leave the battery plugged in, which plugs in right here. So I have it unplugged, but they'll leave it plugged in. And then they will go like this and try to take their SSD out without taking the battery out, and slide this over like this, and then end up shorting out across here, and it shorts out either the chipset or the EC chip ends up getting blown out from this. So I've had that happen multiple times from someone just upgrading their SSD. So those are the things we're going to be kind of thinking about, and so we're going to be looking around there. I have a feeling we just have stuff ripped off the loaner donor. So I'm going to pull this board out. It looks maybe too far gone. I know he was actually saying that, like, after I said, oh, it doesn't even turn on, he was like, oh, well, maybe it's not even worth fixing. I'm like, well, at least the world can look at it. We'll look at it together, right? Because, you know, I mean, we'll put some time into it. If it's going to be too far gone, then we're not going to worry about it. Did the Godzilla munch that? Yeah, that LCD connector looks like something else. Yep, well, short by upgrading. Now I was trying to get the whole story of like how or when. He may be here actually right now. Mike, are you here? He watches the streams. So Mike, if you're here, can you put some hearts in the chat or something so I know that you're here? I called and left a message before the stream started and said, hey, I'm going to put your laptop in the stream, so maybe he'll be here. And then you guys can tisk him. I said that people are probably going to give you a hard time about this one. He said, oh, I get it. I get it. Mic check. Yeah, mic check. I'm afraid you will not have the pads to solder the new connector. Well, the pads don't look ripped. Now, what I'm afraid of is getting a connector off another board. So that's what I've been kind of thinking about all day. And I'm like, okay, so am I going to be able to take a connector off a board without ruining it? I'm going to try to do the method we did last Sunday where we took the DC jack connector off. I believe we could all agree that HP is bad. Well, I don't know enough about HP, but I know that Compal makes HP motherboards too, and if Compal makes Dell boards and HP boards, and then they're the same thing to me. Ooh, the SSD, and here's a 2 terabyte Team Group. Is this a good drive? So I bet you should buy these drives. If you don't want your drives to fail, you should buy these drives. Team Group sounds like a really good drive. Mike, you have been warned. Team Group, red flag. Oh, I bet that drive won't fail. Major red flag. Eco drive. Oh, HP is supposed to be hinges. What, poor hinges, or what do Salem experts call it? Hinge problems. Hinge problems. That's right. HP stands for hinge problems. But again, that's probably more on their consumer grade, because Dell has hinge problems too on their cheapo laptops. If you don't pay very much for a laptop, you're not going to get a very good laptop. That's just how that works. Team is pretty decent for RAM. Is it really? Who makes their RAM though? Look that up. I want to know who makes their SSD storage, like the actual chips that go on there. Because if you're saying that that brand is good, it's a lot of times it's just rebranded other stuff. So is it like a Costco brand? I want to see Kirkland make an SSD. That's what I'm talking about. Kirkland needs to get into the storage and RAM business, because then we'd be doing really good, right? Because you can buy the Kirkland batteries and all they are Duracell. You can buy Kirkland, you know, Kirkland's Costco's brand. But since all the data centers now are buying up all their consumer grade stuff, then we need to have someone step in for us consumers. Us consumers need SSDs. Like, I'm out of 2230s and 2280 SSDs on my site right now. I don't have any. I have some like off to the side that I can't sell because I need to use them for other stuff, but I don't have any. A Kirkland 128 terabyte, ultra low latency. I'm telling you, it's a no-brainer for Kirkland. Mixing 138 solder on the connector pins, 270 air, remove the connector. What? It's a good idea, but I can't, like 270, maybe. We just need to get the board heated from the bottom. I think I need to put on a preheater, is what I'm thinking. So we have a few boards that we can deal with, that we can stand to destroy the connectors on, trying to pull it off. Same store, more money, supposedly better quality. Okay, so I missed it. So who makes the storage on the RAM and storage prices need to come down? They need to come down, or we need to have people stop buying me out and reselling it because I'm selling it for too cheap. All right, and the heatsink is off, and we got some white stuff on there. It's white. It's white. Okay, so Samsung 500 gig SSDs for $54 at Best Buy is now $299 for a 500 gig. Ugh, it makes me sick. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Aldi's needs SSD brands too. Oh, okay, so the P310 won't boot 2019 machine. It needs a PCIe adapter for some boards. Well, because it's NVMe or what? All right, and the motherboard is out. So here's our beautiful motherboard. Okay, Google says major chip manufacturers such as Samsung, Micron, and Hynix. So they all are doing it, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Cocaine-based, thermal-based. That's the white stuff. It's the white stuff. Ugh. All right, so we got the motherboard out. What were we going to do? Oh, we're doing physical inspection. So let's make sure we don't have anything crammed and jammed in the holes in the side. And let me see if I can get this stuff off of here real quick. This white stuff. Should I taste it? Do the taste test? Use my pinky. This stuff's smeary. Smeary. Okay. You need to upgrade your server from 32 gigs to 64 gigs of RAM. That will be $1,000, please. Oh, next. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, is it even worth it? It's not worth it. When will they be able to buy a hot item at local pawn shops? That'll be the question. All right, so I'm going to start on the edge of the board because that's where all this stuff is always ripped. So we're just looking for components that ripped off. I don't see any damage here. And then you want to look for marring marks too, where we have like a screwdriver or tool that's actually been prying. And so I can point out some stuff while we're at it. But so these are our, I believe, Thunderbolt or USB 3 chips here. We have our EC chip there, the crystal, and a couple more Thunderbolt or USB 3s. I don't see any. I was surprised. I thought that we were going to have something right here. So we look around here. I've replaced these in the past on this exact machine. They've ripped these components off, and the board won't start with those ripped off right here. So that's not the issue. And then I've also replaced these components over here, having these ripped off. So that looks sus or not? I think it looks okay. All right, and then over here, that looks okay. I'm actually surprised I don't see any ripped off components just right off the bat, right there. So let's go back. Yeah, RAM is ridiculous. Like, I don't know if I told you the story. I'm sure I did, but I had like 250 sticks of DDR4 16 gigs in stock, and we always sold them for like 39 bucks or $49 or something like that. And then someone came and bought them all, and I was like, "You kidding me?" And so we had actually more that were coming in, and so we had to raise the price up. And then someone came and bought them all again. And we're like, what's going on here? So then we have to like try to limit the amount that people are buying. Because so when we have them in stock, there's that connector right there. So there's the LCD connector. Definitely has some messed up stuff there. So we're going to remove all this and plug in the board, and then we'll see if it starts powering on. Maybe that will actually resolve the issue. We can measure the power rails and see if there's a short anywhere. But there's our EC chip. I mean, there's our chipset. Mike stopped just in time in the rear. Going in the wrong hole. All right, I think we're good. So yeah, Mike, you did okay. You did okay. So let me just measure the main power rail. Let's measure the other 3 and 5 volt power rails, things like that. This one doesn't have a programmable EC, so it's when we power it on, it should start programming the EC immediately. So if we're not getting any type of anything, then it means that we have major issues. So here's our main power rail. Though I always like on these machines because they actually have 2 power rails. They have like the 20 volt line, and then they have the power rail that runs at like battery voltage. So the best thing to do is to go straight to the CPU or GPU, and then go to the capacitors that feed those circuits. So that's why I'm measuring here. So we got 0.15 here, or 0.14, and I measure this side, I got 0.11, 0.8. So this is gonna be the actual positive, and this is gonna be the negative, just because of based on measurement. And it's definitely shorted. Now, is it shorted because of this? I don't know. I have no idea. This rigmarole, I don't know. So let's take that off of there so we can figure it out. Well, you concur? I concur. All right, so I'm gonna put the shield down here so I don't end up puffing up my desk. And we're gonna try to blow the heat this way. I'm gonna take this little plastic off of here. Stick it off to the side. Hopefully I'll remember to put it back on. And we're gonna use higher heat because I don't really care. My main thing is to get the connector off without ripping a pad. So that's my whole goal in life. In my whole life, just don't rip a pad. Just don't rip a pad. Just don't rip a pad. So I say to myself over and over again. So I'm at 450, 60% air, huffing and puffing. And we'll add just a little bit of flux after I heated it up, but it doesn't really need flux to take it off. Where we're going, we don't need it. So this will melt, and I don't want to melt this one, so I need to be a little more careful. Let's put this shield here. There we go. What am I doing? There we go. This is just a little aluminum shield to help protect that. And just be careful. Slowly. Low and slow, baby. Low and slow. Get all those off of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. All of that. Okay. I think we got it all. Looks good. Okay. Did this connector survive? It did. What's this? Okay. All right, so let me clean that up, and then we can take some more measurements. Alert! Loose part on the board. Where? Did I blow a part away? That cap blew off, but it was already like dangling for its dear life, so I don't really care. We're going to transplant all that stuff over. There was already a part that was just kind of rattling around, so I didn't really care. If that makes sense. Yeah, you're talking about there was like a cap like right here. Well, guess what? This cap's missing, that one's missing, that one's missing, that one. I mean, there's like all these caps are missing. Why? Because. All right, so we should not have a short anymore, right? Should not have a short. But do we? Or will we? Here we go. Say hello to my little short. All right, still have a short. Yep, it's definitely, this is going to be the positive part of the rail. All right. So based on our measurement here, we have basically a dead short. 0.4, 0.3, and then we got 0.9. What do you think it is? That's pretty shorty. That's a shorty, man. So seems like we could have a capacitor again. Maybe another burrito, another easy burrito, and then replace the LCD connector, which is not an easy burrito. All right, 0.5, ready? We're gonna go 0.5. Do you guys like seeing the current when I'm injecting? Do you like that? You like it when I show you my current? Where's the camera at? I'll show you my current. Inject 230 gigawatts this time. Low and slow. Okay, so we're gonna go down to downtown. We're gonna go down to point whatevers, 0.5s, 0.4s. Come on. There we go. Another cap, that would be weird. But the Wi-Fi is integrated on the board, so I guess it could be the Wi-Fi. And the RAM is still in this machine too. Let me take the RAM out. Okay, RAM is out. All right, so I'm going to hook on to ground. Any ground will do. All right. So we'll lift this up high. So the board's a little bit warm still, so hopefully we'll be able to see through all that. And we're gonna inject right now. Ooh, Nelly, did you see it? You guys see it? I see it, but I'll let you guys look around. Anyone? 10,000 volts for science. So we actually put max volts in the machine and blew up the chipset, I think, or the CPU one time. That was fun. It was a fun science experiment. So we're gonna come back over here. Oops. All right. So this is the CPU MOSFETs. These are the GPUs over here. So CPUs on this side. And I see something right here. This guy. So we're gonna mark him. So low side is shorted, so it's high and low side. So remember, you have your main power coming in. This is actually a 12.6 volt or 13 volt main power rail in this. That will come in through a high side MOSFET, and it should go to the CPU, but it actually is going all the way down to ground. So it's actually a high side, low side short. So it's going all the way through that. So this is actually, instead of going straight through to the CPU, it's coming back to ground like that. One or two. Alcohol is not going to work on this one. I mean, we could do alcohol, but it's not kind of worth it because we can't get enough heat on this. Whenever it's a MOSFET like that, we can't get enough heat in order to get it to light up. Now, CPU could be dead. I doubt it though. When we have a low side MOSFET short, I usually like it because it means that it kind of kills all power and immediately does it. So let's remove this and see. And it's funny because it's right next to it. So what does that mean? Do you think that the screwdriver that went in like this blew this out? You know, maybe it was like, I don't know. Is it a coincidence, people? Or do you think it happens for a reason? $800 megahertz, thanks for that. $10. It is here, and this is theirs. No, 800 megahertz, this isn't Mike's. Mike? Mike, are you here? I didn't ask him what his handle was. I should have asked what his handle was. Yeah, I don't like coincidence either. Okay, this is off. And so this 8694 is off. DJ Magic Mike. No, just Michael. All right, so we got that off of there. Let's see if the short on the main power rail is resolved. Sure is. So all these are tied together. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, all the way across. I rarely see shorts on these because there's so many power phases or stages that are working together as a team, and they rarely go out because they don't have to work as hard. So those 10 knocks were $1.07, huh? Good conversion there. Thanks you for that from Norway. Soak it all up. Soaking up these videos and the sarcasm and the science. All right, so we'll put a new one of these on. See if the board turns on. If we're getting power from the board, then we can assume to proceed, and then we'll try to get our new connector on here. So brand new MOSFET is DR MOSFET. DR MOSFETs. 8694. Well, after repairing a busted stuff, do you have a Magic Smoke shirt? I don't. I don't have releasing the Magic Smoke. We released the Magic Smoke last Sunday. Plugged the battery in and a big puff of smoke came in after we fixed the board. That was pretty not fun. Handle more power. Is it done yet? Is it done? It's only done if you're cooking low and slow. We need a Hall of Flames. I don't get that many burns. Is the short gone? Yes, I can show that to you again. The short is gone. So if I measure here, no short, that's ground, and this is that. So, and the CPU, oh, is shorted. Well, then never mind. I almost put this on here without checking. The CPU is shorted, people. Well, never mind. I'm glad we stopped. I'm glad you made me test again. The CPU is at 0.08. So I'm going to pull this phase off too, just in case it's shorted somehow. But this one, let me pull this phase off too, because I think these are working in pairs. I think the CPU is dead, but we're just going to, just for sakes here. Yeah, I think we're not doing good. I think this is probably going to be a no fix. Bill the customer, send it back. Let's see. Yeah, because I think maybe the PWM chip controls 2 of them. Or a pen, you know. So I just want to make sure that we don't have a weird short in one of those. Still hot. So we gotta wait for this to cool off. Okay, t-shirt. Alien with a bong that has a smoking motherboard. Smoking motherboard, go. Not magic smoke, it's electric spores. Okay. I'm going to cool this off a little bit more. We want to get a real measurement here. Here. Before I call this CPU dead, I need to really check. Okay. All right, so the main power rail, the short is gone, okay? So we don't have a short there. So what I'm measuring here is the CPU itself. And the CPU is definitely dead on this portion of the CPU, whatever this is, like part of it, or part of the phases. So this one, 7 ohms, 7 ohms, 7 ohms, 7 ohms, 7 ohms. Integrated graphics. These must be the integrated graphics, I bet. because all the rest of it's 7 ohms. So I bet these are all together for the CPU, and I bet this is the integrated graphics. So there's a chance that this could work, but just not have integrated graphics, maybe? I don't know. What do you think? I'm going to leave these MOSFETs off of here. Okay? Capiche? Let's see if it starts up. We're going for it. We're going in hot because there's really no point in proceeding if we're not getting anything, okay? So we're going to do it like this. There's a chance that they have a GPU here, so if we can get the GPU to display output. And then we don't need no stinking graphics. We got to think about this. So maybe that's why this thing all got blowed up, because I bet these things shorted together. Some of these pins that probably tied to the integrated graphics. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So let's plug it in. Let's get under the thermal camera. I just want to see what current it's pulling. It's hot. It's hot. All right. So it should power on, theoretically. That's in theory. So CPU here, GPU here. We got 0.05. It should go down to 0.03, then go back up, move around, go around, move around. So it's just sitting at 0.05. Why is that? What's getting hot? Something has 1 watt. Okay. What is that? What is that? Nothing? It's just a hole. Ah, the EC chip. The EC chip is nice and toasty. Do we need RAM? Not for it to power on. Not for what I'm trying to do. We don't need RAM. Okay, let me see if we're getting our 3 volt and our 5 volt. I'm about to call it on this because I can already tell that this is the old hole of a rabbit. So we're going to measure our power rails. Should be a 3 and a 5 volt on either side here. And if we're not getting those, then we have to kind of think about how we want to proceed. But we may proceed into another laptop. 3 volt, 5 volt, nice, very nice. 5 volt, 3 volt. Okay, so where's our 1.8? So this is 0. What's this one? 1.8. So we got our 1.8. Let's check all our voltages on our chipset. So we have our 1 volt, which is perfect. 1 volt, which is nice. 1 volt. 1 volt, okay. 3.3. 3.3. 1.8. Okay, so I don't see an issue. Chipset's on. EC chip is a little warmer than it should be, so we could have an EC chip issue. Which is, you know how much I love changing EC chips. You know, it's so much fun, but you know, somebody's got to do it. All right, chipset's on. What are we thinking here? EC chip? Gosh, why? Why are you doing this to me? All right, let's look at this. Let me cool the board down a little bit more. I'm going to go over to my big cooler or blower. So plug your ears if you cannot handle the sound, okay? I just want to make this nice and cool so when we turn it on, we can see it better in the thermal camera. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. I just wanted to do that so then when we look at it through the thermal camera, we can really see the real heat signatures. Ah, my ears! My bloody ears! All right, so now I'm going to plug it in again. 0.07. If it drops down to 0.03, then it'll be good. Because normally that's what it does. It goes 0.07, 0.03, then 5, then turns on. Did you see something change there a second ago, too? What's this? It's doing that on its own. This thing right here. It's like it tried to do something and then stopped. Try it again. So now it's just staying at 0.05. Let me discharge the capacitors. Let's see, power button is right here, I think. All right, so if I discharge the capacitors and try it again. So yeah, you can see the chipset's on right there. That's clearly the Wi-Fi card. Now, is this EC chip too hot? I don't think it is too hot. It doesn't look too hot. And then this is a hole, so that's just fake. It's just seeing the heat on my desk, but it's a hole. Huh. It's funny because it almost looks like it would be... Oh, let's check the battery here. We're right. I'm going to grab my own battery instead of his battery. But it almost looks like a BIOS issue or something. That'd be weird. Why do you think... Okay, I want the story of why he was opening it. Tell me, why were you opening it? And why were you... Why did the screen get damaged? Why were you opening it? Chest compressions. Break those ribs. Break those ribs. If you ain't breaking a rib, you ain't saving a life. Okay, I got the battery plugged in. It's not going to turn on automatically without the power button on that. Let me see if it charges the battery. Inject voltage again. Where do I inject it though? You go. So you got to think about that. So if we don't, no short, nothing to inject. That's how that works. So we have our power rails coming up, 3 volt, 5 volt, 1.8. The chipset's on, so there's no more injecting. We're done with injecting. Spider EC detect or backup. Yeah, this one you don't spider usually because the BIOS programs it. So I just need to program the main BIOS and it will flash it automatically. I remember you had an EC warm EC in the past and double edited it, and it was so I would say we could put a BIOS on there if we wanted to mess with that quickly, and that would at least alleviate that. It might not turn on with all the core phases missing. It might not turn on because there's a short on the CPU. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's not charging the battery though. So it seems like it would charge the battery. All right, I want to flash the BIOS, and then I'm gonna, if that doesn't work, then we're gonna have to call it on this because we obviously know that we have a short on the CPU, whether that's gonna be the internal graphics. Let's grab a donor board actually, so we can measure. So here's the same board right here, identical, beautiful, identical. So let's measure what we're supposed to have on these two inductors that we have 0 ohms on, right? So on his board, these are measuring 0. Which is mucho bad. Oh yeah, these should be 100. So this is definitely the integrated graphics, discrete, or the integrated graphics portion of this. These are going to be the actual CPU. These are integrated graphics. There's 2 of them. It's tying right next to this, so it's probably where he shorted these pins out, which shorted out the integrated graphics of the CPU. So we can try flashing the BIOS, and that's it. That's all I think we can do. That's all we think we can do. Will it turn on without MOSFETs? So you're saying if you force past, I mean, all the power rails are coming on. So it's at this point, it's a firmware saying, hey, everything's okay. So if the EC chip's not seeing everything's okay, then it's not allowing it to turn on. Or if the chipset's not seeing everything's okay. Oh, the meter hang again. Meter. Okay, there we go. So let's flash the BIOS. Let's just get that done, and then we can call it and go to the next one. All right. So the BIOS chip on this is going to be right here. And where's it at? So EC chip. So we usually have a BIOS right next to it. Where are you at, buddy? Right here? No. Where are you at? right here. Come on. Sticky. Invoice it and send it back to the customer. Invoice it, send it back. All right, so there it is. So it's a 25R, 25RH, 256CX. Oh, it's an XMC. That's why I was like, that's weird. So we got an XMC chip that's 200. It's 56, so it's a 32 meg chip, and so we'll be able to just read it and then back it up and then write to it. So I'm just going to use my Pogo pen reader. So pen 1's notated right there. Pen 1's notated. I'll just put a little mark on my reader here. And I'm just going to press down on it like so. Let's see if I can read it. All right, so I'm just going to detect it. There it is. It's a WSON, so we can read the data off of it. Now it's joke time. So the joke about this is that I have to stay still while I'm programming this, and if you make me laugh, then it kind of messes it up, so everyone starts trying to tell me crazy jokes. Oh gosh. Okay, so I'm going to verify it. So I read the chip. Now I'm going to verify what's in the buffer is the correct part. Don't move. It's actually during the programming. I'm fine on this portion, but it's the programming that gets me, not the reading. All right, so let me save this off to, we'll make a folder for him. $27152. This is an XPS 9710, right? And this is his original BIOS, so we'll write down original. All right, the question is, do I have a BIOS already made? That would be the question. Do we have one? Let's see. 9710. 9710. Clean me. No service tag. Not working, not working, not working, not working. I think this one sounds good to me. It says clean me, no service tag. Sounds promising. Usually I'm pretty good at naming stuff, but you know, sometimes I get lazy and I don't go back and rename it. So I'm just going to put this back on here. No jokes. Okay, so here's going to be the part where I can't really laugh. I'll try not to talk as much either, but wait, did we load that right? Flash. Okay. All right, here we go. Oh my God, my cat just farted. You get. Oh, I should have put it at slower speed because that makes it take longer. Wow, we really mean no jokes. Why did the chicken cross the motherboard? For science. Bonga, bonga, boga, boga, boga. What did the chicken call the egg when it rolled across the street? Fried. Holding breath. Ken. Where can I get a WSON probe and BIOS programmer you use? I have links in the video description that you are watching right now, unless you're on Twitch, and then you have to do a different link. But if you're on YouTube, you can just, the description of the live stream or any video that I posted has a link to all the stuff that, and I just buy the stuff on Amazon, so it's just links to Amazon. So, nothing worse than a good cat fart. You know, I don't even know what a cat fart smells like. Press and hold till your hand cramps up, and then you keep holding. That's exactly, Chesty knows exactly what I'm going through right now. So my hand's already starting to hurt, and I'm not even halfway through the erasing of the chip, and then it still has to program the chip, verify the chip. So there's more to this. So if I move it all, people, then it just messes up and I have to start over. So let's see. AliExpress has WSON 8x6, 6x8 pogos. And they are on Amazon too, I know that. Cats are too clean. Now a cat throwing up a hairball that looks like a turd. Dog farts are way worse than cat farts. It's terrible. How did the Buddhist want his hot dog? One with everything. Oh, Buddhist. I said Buddhist. That's funny. Why the Buddhists want their hot dog? So Adamant uses a bench clamp on it. Well, those are the one. I mean, because you can. Do they make one of these in a clamp instead of a pogo for a 6x8? I don't even know if they do. Do they? I don't even know if they do. Your wife doesn't like cats, Jim. Jim? All right, we made it through that. Okay, so this is either going to work or it's not going to work. Oh, gosh, that hurts. I hope you don't fart. All right, so we made it through the programming of the BIOS chip. It's a ceremony. It's a ceremony we all enjoy together. The programming of the BIOS chip. Thank you there, Tommy, for the cheers, for the cheers. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on the power meter. We plug this in. If we get a different pattern, then we'll proceed on working on this. If we don't get a different pattern, then we have to say the motherboard's dead because there's a short on the CPU and there's no point. All right? So, right here, 3, 2, 1. But don't see anything. Nothing's moving. Nothing's moving. And just to confirm that the BIOS is even loading, we're going to measure the voltage on the BIOS chip to make sure it's powered on. But we do have all of our other power rails, so I'm thinking that the EC chip doesn't think everything's okay. Yep. So I'm thinking that it's detecting an issue and it doesn't want to proceed. Unless we miss something. Unless we miss something. I bet it just doesn't like the fact that this is shorted right here. The CPU having 0 ohms can't be good. And even if I took those off, it's not going to help anything. So it's just internal, it's shorted, so no good, no fix. Bill the customer and have them come pick it up. You can edit the BIOS and skip the board graphics. So yeah, because if it was going to force the BIOS to use external, then I was going to have to try to come up with some sort of way to turn off hybrid graphics and force it to use the discrete. And I was thinking I could probably set up a BIOS on a different machine that enabled that and then moved it over and just kind of replaced the ME from the other one or something like that in order to kind of trick it, to force it because you can't get the turn on. Or try to boot into Windows or something and then use external, I don't know. But at this point it doesn't come on, so that's a no fix. You can't fix them all, buddy, but we can put time and effort into every single one. Oh. That motherboard is worth the same before and after. You know, and these motherboards are expensive. Before you, oh shit. Oh, I just stabbed my finger with these tweezers. It's worth the same before I mentioned the cat fart. That's true, it hasn't changed. I literally just stabbed my finger and now I'm bleeding with this dirty, dirty tweezers that who knows what they've been, but I was like stabbing the desk and I put my finger in the way. That's how smart I am. What does it cost for that motherboard? I don't know, let's look it up. I don't have any of these boards in stock, I know that, but let's do a gander. Let's see how much I had them for, at least in the past. All right. So if we come on here and then we scan the service or the serial number on it, wherever it is. Where is it at? I don't see it. Oh, here it is, right here in the middle. There we go. Scan the part number. Now, if you're on our website, you can scan the part numbers right into it, and it will take it. Now, this means that we don't have the part number in stock. So CN0 stands, this is origin and where it's been manufactured. So CN0 is China. The next 0 and the 5 digits is going to be the part number, and then this other stuff is going to be the serial number and date codes and things like that. So this is the actual part number right here. So if I just search for that on the old Goog, then eBay has it for $400. That's not too bad. I think last time we had a board that's comparable to this was right around 500 to 600 depending upon the version. This has a 3060 and an i9 11th gen. So 400, I think that's doable. 549 on the Amazon, which means it's probably coming from China. Coming from China, right there. So I wouldn't buy from that person. And here's 549 on eBay. This is China also, the same seller. So anyway, Zebra Electronics, they sell nothing but the best. I don't know why they would name themselves Zebra. Zebra? Sounds fancy that way or what? All right, what's the question here? Micah, I always wanted to tell you, thanks for your videos. I learned a lot. Always whenever I ask you a question, I got answered from you. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that donation. I try my best to answer questions. We see what happens. So, supermarket mode. Micronate. That's how we do it. Okay, we're gonna go to the last one, I guess, or what? You want to do the last one? Heavy metal poisoning. Oh shoot, yes. I got stabbed and now I have heavy metal poisoning. Now I can't even talk. There's something going on. I'm getting toxic. Denise, the nurse told me that they expected Doc to be able to wiggle his toes by now, but he can't. There's probably a lot of swelling, right? So it takes a little while for the swelling to go down in order for him to wiggle his toes. Well, I hope it, I mean, it's day by day on those types of situations when you're doing the back surgeries, but I wish him the best. Zebras in Africa, not China. What? Redirection, really? I didn't know that. I've looked at that so many times. Who's Doc? So Doc White is one of our frequenters in chat, and so he's been with us for a long time, and he's usually on every single stream. And he had a major back problem and ended up having to go into surgery multiple times, and now he's yeah, they're waiting for his toes to work and stuff. So, but he's not out of the woods yet. It's a joke. Oh, I'm not in China. I'm okay. You're the zebra. Gotcha, Led. Okay. Ooh, man, this is like sometimes when I read the words, it's hard to figure out the sarcasm. You have to put maybe the sarcasm symbol right next to it if that does exist. All right. How much will you charge to build up a classic XPS? An L702X? What, an L702X? Really? I have one of those right here. Let me see. Let me grab it. An L702X. Here we go. You talking about this bad boy right here? Right here? This bad boy has JBL audio. This actually doesn't have anything in it, but look at that. Tazzy, SGD. What are SGDs? 30 STGs, SGDs. Sarcasm. I think Nate already knows it's crooked. Everything's crooked, man. My brain's crooked. I ordered a screen assembly and laptop charger for my Alien 13. Still hasn't tested it, but still waiting for some replacement heat sinks from China. Disappointed the batteries weren't in stock. I had to go third party. Yes, there's nothing we can do about batteries because they only manufacture a certain amount for a certain amount of time. So you own a L502X? Yeah, I have a few of these, like 3 or 4 of them I keep around because sometimes somebody just randomly sends one of these things in and there's no parts available for them at all. So That's why I keep a couple of them that are like busted. The boards are all bad, but there's parts off of them that I can get. So Tark has them. All right, so make a video of building that bad boy up. Gosh, it's a lot of work, man. So $23. Tazzy, that was 23 bucks, man. So what was that from? Sorry, where was the? Did you tell me what type of bucks those were? I'm in the currency conversion, man. You're into it? Oh, Singapore dollars. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, Singapore's. All right, so you still have a 702X and it still works. I can't believe that. 702Xs, I mean, they're made of plastic, but they're actually really beefy machines. So, thanks for the lurk. Are you guys ready to go to the next one? Or are we just hanging out? What are we doing? What are we doing? $23 is the equivalent. That's a crazy amount of money. Being able to move his toes is a sign that the spinal column is not damaged in surgery. So that's what but I figured it takes a while for the swelling to go down in order to rule that out. Okay. Last machine is somewhere around here. Which one was it? Oh, it's this one. I don't want to work on this one. Can I change my mind? Can I change my mind? So this is the G5 5590. All right, so this is a machine that came in. It had a spill, coffee spill. And it was sent to a different repair shop first. And somebody else has already worked on it. Hooray! Somebody else has already cleaned it up. Hooray! Someone else has already tried to fix it. Hooray! So, I had some coffee spilled over the laptop while it was off. Opened up the laptop, let it dry, kept working fine for 1 day. And I was playing a game that turned off while playing the game, took it to a repair shop, and they were inconclusive. What's the odds of that, right? More details are printed on the paper inside the box. Okay, I locked out the NVMe, blah, 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 blah. BitLocker keys, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's the data I have on here is the drive contains priceless memories of my wife's first pregnancy and the birth of my first and second son. So, and the immigration documents. Well, that seems very important to have, so. Too many words. I know, people, it's too many words. I just can't think. I do the best I can. Reading is not my strong suit, I can tell you that. So, we have, oh my gosh, here's more words. Oh my gosh, look at these. This is, if you thought that was a lot of words, we got a lot more words here. Oh my, you guys are gonna have to read this. I wish I could have somebody else read this for me. Please note that during this time, it did run CPU. Okay, so I'm just kind of getting a gist of it. Okay, so I took it to a repair shop. They told me that the motherboard had a lot of water damage, and that's it. I don't know what they've cleaned and what shenanigans they've tried. I like how they use the word shenanigans because, yeah, that's exactly what would happen. Though. I'm only interested in getting the BitLocker keys and recoveries for the two drives as long as it contains my wife's first. Okay, so I just did one of these yesterday. I saved a laptop. It was actually a president's laptop who didn't have the BitLocker key to his data in his stuff, and so president of a company, and so I had to fix the motherboard in order for us to recover the BitLocker recovery key to get the data off of it. So here's what we got. The machine's kind of in pieces because my other tech has already looked at this and saw that somebody else has already tried cleaning this. And he already sent this through the ultrasonic cleaner also to make sure that the board was nice and clean. So I have no idea what's dirty or where the actual liquid damage was, but I want to see what it does when we plug stuff in. But if our goal is to get BitLocker keys, we can't do it with yellow key. So everyone's going to say you can use yellow key, which is the new BitLocker bypass. but it's only on a machine that works. So we have to have a machine that works to get a yellow key to work. And so here's the drive. We have 2 drives. One's a mechanical, one's an NVMe, and they're in a static bag. They're not in an anti-static bag, so that's perfect. Screw bend. What machine does this go? This goes to the 9700, right? Okay. Oh, I should go. Yeah, I should get OCR to read this for me. That's what I should do. Then I'll really look like an idiot. Can't even read my own words somebody sent to me that spent time to write it. What I hate is when people are sending me these descriptions that are obviously written by AI. All right, so Tazzy says no pressure. It's only memories of child's first birth and immigration documents. So here, I'm just going to kind of lightly put this together for our intro. Okay. No pressure. No pressure at all. All right. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have a G Series 5590. Now, this one had a spill and no longer turns on, but the catch is that it has important documents and the pictures of their child's first birth trapped on the hard drive, encrypted with BitLocker, and the only way to recover their data is to fix this motherboard. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Oh, gosh. No pressure. Gosh, I'm feeling pressure now. Oh, I nailed 3 for 3. Yeah, I probably would have put more details about it going to another shop, though. I would have said, they've already sent it to another shop, and that shop did what, who knows what they did to it. But, yeah, you can only do what you can do. Well, thank you. A little cheers, cheers, cheers. Okay, so we already had this thing open, but let's just see if the thing powers on. Let me take a look at it here. I just want to see what it does when we plug in the power. Hold on, I got to get my power meter plugged back in because we still have the USB plugged in. All right, we're going to go with a 240 on this one. I don't think I need a 330, right? I don't know how big of a charger this needs. Inspection would be a great reveal of damage. Yes, it will. And so that's what we're going to do is we're going to do physical inspection. I do want to see if we do get any current or anything like that because I know that the thing supposedly does some sort of power loop or something. So I just want to see for initial before we mess with it. Where's the power plug at? Way over there. Okay. So plug it in. Can't. I think I can plug this in. Let me take this off here. Okay. All right. So nothing's really screwed together on this. So this has already been taken apart. It's been cleaned. It's been put through the ultrasonic cleaner. It already went to another repair shop. They've messed with this. So I was going to try to turn this thing on, and let's just try to turn it on the bench like this, and that way we can keep an eye under the power meter. But I just want to see if we do get a spike of heat anywhere. The DC jack's plugged in. Nothing else is plugged in. We do have RAM in here. CMOS battery's unplugged. I'm going to get all this stuff out of the way. Let me just take the RAM out. And we're just doing this temporarily because what we're going to try to do is, in order to save a board that has liquid damage, we need to figure out exactly what's working and what's not working. And we also need to go through and kind of do an inspection to figure out what components may be burned out. But I also want to see baseline. We got to start baseline too. So I'm going to go high and dry here. We're going to go like that. We got a current meter up there. And let's see what we can get. Plug it in. 0.07. Okay, that was the CPU trying to come on. Did you see that? CPU for a second. Chipset is on. Right? That looks like the chipset on. What's this? Is that just a reflection? So I saw the CPU try to come on for a moment. Were you there with me on that? So let's see if we see any other heat. We only got point of a watt. 0.2. Okay, here's something right here. Right there. Let's see, where is it at? Right here? Can't tell. Right around here. There's not very much heat. It's a resistor. So we have something going through this resistor, and so it's probably shorted or something on one side or the other side of that resistor. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let me go ahead and just mark that in my head. So it's next to this MOSFET, so that resistor. So we'll measure that. So I want to see if we can get the, it's not a cap though, I want to see if we can get the CPU to come back on again. See, I'm tilting this to get rid of reflections, but we definitely have that thing lit up. All right, let's see if we get the CPU to come on again. Unplug it, plug it back in. Nothing, okay. And let me just pull the board out, actually. I'm gonna put it on the bench. The motherboard's on the bench now. We'll plug it in one more time. CPU came on the edge. Do you see that? Right on the edge of the die. It got hot. Now, I think it's time to take a look around and figure out if we have some sort of short or broken component. So physical inspection is next, and then we're gonna take some measurements too while we're at it. So let's just start in this top corner. And I think the liquid damage was actually in the back, like back here. But we sent this through the ultrasonic cleaner, or my other tech did, so we will see. So CPU's here. Oh, look at that. That's like a chip. That's like a chip. I don't know if it's easy to make that out or not, but that's like a something. I don't know if it's deep enough to have an issue, but I don't see. I don't know. Yeah, so that's something to think about. We could have an issue with that. Okay, so we're just going to kind of make our way through the motherboard and look for anything corroded or burned. So that's where the DC jack plugs in. See if I missed anything. How does this happen? Well, if somebody had this apart, I don't know if this came in pieces when it came to us or not. Sometimes that happens where it gets sent in like lots of pieces, or if it was assembled, but still it went to another repair shop first. And the corrosion, I think, is supposed to be on the back of the board, so I'm not super thinking anything is going to be on this side. But I want you guys to keep an eye out for a resistor with a hole in it. That's what I really want. Or a resistor that has kind of like a burned area on one edge, because it's a lot of times it does cauterize itself. Like you'll have, for instance, like if the main power rail is coming on, you'll see like one side of this resistor would be like burned and it's not even connected on one side, like powering this chip or something. So those are the things we're looking for. There's our EC chip there. I hate liquid damages. They're the worst. They are the worst. Do you think it's going to be a fuse? There's no fuses in this thing. CPU looks cracked. It does look cracked. That's why we don't know what we're going to do, because if the CPU is cracked, we're really done, right? Because changing the CPU out requires a new BIOS, I believe, right? Maybe it doesn't on a BIOS. Maybe it's just a chipset. So here's some corrosion right here. So you can tell that there was something there. We haven't poked anything yet, so we don't know if there's a short anywhere, but we definitely see some corrosion there. Okay, what do you got? Top left corner of the CPU is broken. Yeah, the CPU This isn't a crack. This part, I don't think. Or is it? I don't know. I thought that line would come off. It's not coming off. I don't know. Hold on, let me get at it from a different angle. See if we can get it from a different angle. I don't know. It does kind of look cracked, doesn't it? That kind of looks cracked, people. Yeah, the question is, how could that happen? Weird. I mean, you might be right. There you go. That's a good view. What are you guys thinking? Yeah, it's 100% cracked. And would that make sense? Because my text notes says that sometimes it will pull 2 amps, sometimes it will pull 0.6, sometimes it will pull different amounts every time you plug it in. So there you go. Look, do you see it went up higher on that time? I just plugged it in. So what does that mean when it's doing that? Is it based on like whether the CPU is pulling more stuff or what? Now it's not doing anything. The CPU is cracked. What are we gonna do? Does this thing have a separate TPM? I doubt it does. All right, let's just go do our physical inspection on the back, and then I don't want to be too depressed about this, because if we can't fix that, we can't fix it. Okay, right there, there's something right there. We got, it's a goner. No, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. What about that resistor? That looks blown, right? Or not? Definitely doesn't look good. Do you see it? So there's some weird stuff going on here. It almost looked like it had a hole in the middle, but I don't know. So I'm going to check the resistance on that. I can't fix that crack. No, next. $9.7K. So we'll keep an eye on that. I don't know about that one. Okay, this one. Is this missing one right here? That looks like it's a missing one. 8.6K. So are we missing one right there? It looks like we are, right? Oh, and this is what I'm thinking, right? Look, see right there underneath that one, it's burned. You see that? Can you see underneath it? That's what I was talking about. So it's hard to see them, but these resistors, you'll have it where it'd be burned underneath it, where it can't even, or it's not even attached anymore. That's what it kind of looks like underneath that one. But I think we need to, this could just be corrosion, just like one of these solder balls. Get a donor board. So let me grab a donor board so we can kind of figure this out. Okay, what board is this? Let's see the shape. See if I can find a donor board. I don't work on a lot of these, so let's see. Oh, is it this one up here? So one of those, it's close. This is a G series board. These are Alienware. Okay, here we go. Does that look the same? No, it's different. See the shape? Wait, you can't see what I'm looking at. There you go. Does that look? It's close. We have the same shape here. Chipset's there. Chipset, EC. Looks good. Has a different GPU. What board number is this? Vulcan 17N18P. These aren't compound boards, so I hate the naming scheme of these. This is a Vulcan 15 and 18V. So this is the 17-inch version, I guess. There's another 17. Okay, here's a 15, but the CPU and GPU are marked as bad, but that doesn't mean anything. It usually means we just stole parts off of it. Oh gosh, I don't like this. So I'm just going to keep those two out. TPM to CPU hash change and broken. So wait, so what are you saying there, Led? Hold on, let me get back over here. Let's see what Lead Farmer's saying here. Always take a picture to assembly. Okay, so it says get a donor board and then TPM to CPU hash change and broken. So if it has a separate TPM, then we can move the TPM over and then reprogram the BIOS to match. But if it doesn't, then we're screwed. Pretty sure this thing doesn't have a separate TPM. So I just want to measure some stuff, or oh, that's right, we're going to look at those parts on the board. So over here, this is the donor board. Let's just see what we have in that section. So we're looking here, and where was it at? Right there, and right there. So it's the same. So that's the same setup. It just had an extra like bumps on it or whatever. So under this one is what I was concerned with. So like these are all in parallel. So if I measure here to here, what resistance am I getting? 100K. So now when we do it on their board, that looks like suspicious because I feel like that's not really connected that well. I want to see what resistance we're getting. Still got 100K. So that's actually is connected even though it looks a little suspicious underneath there. Anyway. Good morning from Indonesia. Maybe a repair shop repaired the motherboard and gave them back the one they couldn't fix. Yeah, that would be, it's not really profitable for people to do that. You can try moving the TPM to the new board if we can find a TPM. So let's just see if it has a TPM on here. If it does, it'd be nice. It'd be very nice. What's this? What's that? TI. What chip is that? Is that the... Can someone screenshot that and check? Well, I guess I can do that for you. Please do everything in your powerhouse. I will do everything in my powerhouse. All right, let's see if AI is super smart. What chip is, can I type this? Is that a TPM chip? No, it's not a TPM chip. Intel Trust Platform technology instead of a separate chip. So yeah, if it has PTT on it, which most Dells do, some of the older ones don't, but most new ones do, it claims it has PTT. So there's really nothing we can do. We can't move BIOSes over, although that would be fun. Let's do it. Let's do it. So here's what I want to do. I want to, I don't think it's going to work. Because I've tried this in the past before, but for science we can do it. So if we take their BIOS off of here and just try to flash it, cold flash it to another board without changing anything, it should not post. It should actually give us an error. Gosh, I can't believe this is cracked. That is so crazy. But anyway, so what I'm saying is, like, we could try flashing it to another board, and it shouldn't work. Here's what I want to know. Okay. Stay with me on this. Okay, Led, think about this with me. Okay, good. Okay, our brain trust, everyone come together. Okay, huddle time. So if we have this machine that requires the ME region, okay, so the management engine of these BIOSes, they're kind of Intel's little, it has a little sub operating system. Now these things require to be serialized to your chipset, but I don't think necessarily to the CPU, okay, but it may be. I'm not 100% because, I mean, back in the day you could change out CPUs all day long, you didn't care, but maybe now you can't, and that's why they haven't soldered on the boards, because you can't change the CPUs out, for all I know. I don't know. But if we're going to think, well, chipset is the main thing that it's serialized to, can't we take their BIOS off this board and take their chipset off this board and move it to another board? What do you think about that one? I'm thinking it's plausible. So, is there anything else you can dump besides the BIOS? Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. CPU swap. CPU is a chipset. So, the chipset's right here. And then the CPU's right here. So, this chipset is easy enough to swap. Well, not easy enough. It's still a pain in the ass, but it's swappable. And then the CPUs are swappable too, but they're a pain. I mean, it's all pain, regardless. It's just like the worst thing to do. I hate it. So the PCH. So why not? Okay, so Led, what did you think about that? Are we thinking we're on the same page or not? So you're saying, wait, so your note says the CPU is chipset. You have nothing to lose, go for it. I have everything to lose. What? Dana, 100 bucks. Here's the cost of getting it repaired for the family. Okay, all right, so, I mean, then yeah, we'll go for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh. This is going to be fun. CPU is much more difficult to swap than the chipset. It is. So I've done a few chipsets successfully. I haven't. The CPUs are a pain in the butt. All right. So first thing I'm going to do is back up the BIOS on this, and then this next thing we need to do. Okay, we need a board to put it on. So we need to find a board that's a good candidate to put it on. So this one says it has a bad chipset. I'm pretty sure. That's interesting. Huh. So if we have a machine with a bad chipset, but we have a board that has a good chipset but has the vital information we need on it, can we change it over to this board? But the board number on this one's different. Yeah, you can tell the layout's a little different, so I'm not going to do that. We're not going to swap, even though it's going to be the same. Get the preheater set up. So my BGA machine's over here. We're going to set it up over here. I'll have to put another camera on it. And we do have time to deal with this junk. So just reminds me how much I hate BitLocker. Yeah, you're right. I looked it up and it says no, it won't work. Okay, so Ken, you looked up, I see a 35% chance of success. So the scary part about this is that, well, A, right now we don't have the data, we can't get the data, but B would be like, if we did do this, we might be able to get the data, but we may not ever be able to get the data after that, right? Which is where we're at anyway. So, so you're thinking that the CPU is still serialized inside the ME region? Because it would be cool if you could just take the chipset and take the BIOS and put it on any other motherboard, and those are the things that are married together in Mailwidge. The BIOS for sure, and the TPM is in the CPU. So is that why CPUs are now built on motherboards instead of them being swappable? even though there are some swappable still out there? Let's ask. I think the key is it would be, okay, we're gonna go in AI land just for a second here. All right, here we go. I'm a board level repair tech, and I'm trying to recover a BitLocker session on a motherboard, and the motherboard has a bad CPU. So what I plan to do is actually swap their chipset over to another motherboard that is functioning, and then move their BIOS from the old motherboard to the new motherboard. Is that going to work? No. Really? Okay, while the microsoldering is impressive. Oh, well, thank you, AI. It will not bypass the constraints of BitLocker. Here's why. Okay. The core cryptographic is in the CPU. Okay. Modern systems do not use dedicated physical PTMs. They use FTPM firmware, which executes a secure enclave, blah, 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 physical location inside the CPU silicon. You buckos. Okay, BitLocker continuously checks the hardware states. Oh my God. You're kidding me. I don't believe you. You always push it back against AI. I want them to really, really pound it in. It's completely understandable to be skeptical. Hardware repair technicians require to swap the chips and usually days late. Okay, so PCH does not store encryption keys. I know that. I understand that the PCH does not store the encryption keys. They're stored inside the BIOS, inside the ME region, inside the PTT. I understand that. That's why I want to move the BIOS over to the new motherboard, and I want to move the chipset over because I know that those are serialized together. But you're saying the CPU is serialized also inside the ME region. Oh, it makes total sense. Of course it makes total sense. Thank you. But Intel Management Region handles the PTT, Trust Platform Management, configures data in the firmware environment, and lives inside the SPI BIOS flash. Critical reason why the specific bypass is not stored in the BIOS flash. I don't know if I believe this thing, but whatever. Okay. AI is crazy. What did you say? I missed something. I missed it. I don't believe it either. It successfully changed the CPU and desktops without busting BitLocker. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't understand it. The model of TPM is integrated directly into the Intel processor. Okay. Okay. So they're saying that even if I wanted to do a CPU swap, then this thing is still screwed. BitLocker is the wife of LLM having a child called Chipset, Johnny V. Okay, so let me go back over here. Okay, so you're saying that if I wanted to replace the cracked, damaged CPU with a new CPU, then the BitLocker key would be lost also. Yes, exactly. Replace the cracked, damaged CPU with a brand new one, the BitLocker key would be permanently lost. You gotta be kidding me, Microsoft. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, what's the odds of a successful CPU swap anyway? I mean, it's hard. I mean, it will probably take a couple tries. That's the whole thing about it. But did the customer have BitLocker turned on? I don't know. Let's plug in the drive. I'm pretty mad about that. Why would you do this? But now I guess it makes sense why they put CPUs built on the motherboard. Because then you can't change them out, or else you lose your BitLocker. How can you get stuck on the grid if they allow you to change your CPU out? Because Windows 11 automatically enables BitLocker by default. even on consumer laptops. But this laptop is an older laptop. I feel like it should not have it on. Oh. BitLocker encryption, says it down here in the corner. So it is BitLocker encrypted. It's asking for the key. It's up here in the corner where you can't see it. So definitely BitLocker encrypted. Linux Hermes bot. You'll have your best. Wait, Hermes bot. Could have a running OS. All right, let me eject this. All right, let me think about this. I think we can't do anything. Your Microsoft account keys are automatically backed up to your Microsoft account. That's 100% correct. So that's the last thing that they need to check, is to see where the Microsoft keys are. We deal with this on a weekly basis where people are just like, I don't know, I never enabled it, and then it's because it's inside their Microsoft account. The first thing you do when installing Windows 11 is disable BitLocker in your Microsoft account. Cheers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you really think 1, 2, 3, 4? It's a 48-digit key. We're going to need an expert decrypting device. Brute force. Okay, well, we can't fix this one right this second. It was definitely on a stream. I was kind of gung-ho about trying to change out something. I don't want to make things worse if we can make things better. Do we really think that CPU is cracked? Like, I still don't feel like I'm convinced that the CPU is cracked. For some reason, I don't feel like it's cracked. I feel like we can get one more power up. One more power up, please. No, she's dead, man. I actually haven't measured the resistance. 100% check the screenshot I sent you. Oh, okay. What you got there, Premise? What's the screenshot? That's of the chip, right? I'm confused, Premise. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Here's what Premise sent me. A screenshot of the crack. Le crack. Yeah, it's definitely a crack. I mean, I saw the chip on it anyway, so this le crack definitely, I mean, but don't you think there's a chance it could not be cracked? Oh, okay. All right, we gotta move on. I'm very persistent, I know. I hate losing. I don't like not winning, and there's nothing I can do about that right now. Oh, Dana, sorry about that. I'll have to revisit it later. All right, do you guys want to do some more? What do we got? We got an hour left. Y'all want me to grab another computer? Oh, can y'all help me fix the one that doesn't charge the battery after we fixed it? Maybe y'all can help me fix it. The one from last Sunday? I have no idea. I have no idea. Build a meter? You want to build a meter? We can do that maybe. I got a bunch of stuff. We can probably build a meter. You want to fix or build? What are we talking? Fix a toaster? The whole. Let's go for it. Check BitLocker, aka MS recovery key. Yeah, so that's how you log into your recovery key. It's aka.ms/myrecoverykey. Okay, build. All right, so build a power meter. Build. So we have all sorts of stuff here. So we have the stuff to build with. All right. It's a lot of junk, huh? You like it? You like it, man? All right, so we can build it with the screen or without the screen. So I'm only going to pull out what we need, though. So we'll do one base. We'll do a base. We'll do one top. I don't need two. Okay, here's a screen already. So this is actually what I'm using for my testing right now. That one. This was a science experiment, so I don't need that one anymore. Has a laptop queue. I have I have a laptop in the queue? Wait, who does? Cody does. Okay, Cody. Let's see. If yours is interesting, we can do that. Cody Newman. Let's see what we got. Cody Newman. Cody Newman. Cody. Work in progress. Somebody's already working on it. Who is it? Who's working on it? Oh, I already worked on it. Already fixed it. Sorry. It's already been fixed. Yeah, so I fixed that late yesterday, and then right now I have it getting repasted. I'm getting the fan mod put on it, PTM 7950, all the stuff cleaned out. The fans were very, very dirty on it, and so it was caked with debris. Caked. I think one of the dirtier laptops I've ever seen, just to let you know. But it's already fixed. So it's actually, I think, 445. Yeah, the last update was 445. It's actually ready to go. So I'll have to give you a call. Well, that was fast. Sorry about that, Cody. Couldn't fix yours live. Okay, we need a DC jack. Take this DC jack. This is a good one. All right, so I'm getting all my stuff together here so we can make one. Kind of dumped out everything all at once. So we need these. That's my tester. I need that. So these are the screens right here. You can see that my power meter has like a screen on it. This is just like an all-in-one screen that you can buy on Amazon. They come in like a pack like this. They're usually like 12 bucks or 16 bucks or whatever. Now, you don't need this unless you want the desktop style. So you can actually bypass it and just use the computer, the one that's on the computer screen. So when we do it with the computer screen, it's a little more complicated to build because of the way that I have to wire everything. So this is what I'm using for wires. Okay, we ready? We're ready? Now I'm not going to put the 4.5 millimeter jack on here. I'm only going to do a 7.4. So what I usually use are these 240 watt cords, but I have some 330s, so I can actually put a 330 on this. So let me grab one of those actually. I basically cut the ones from these really bad chargers. This is a 240 also. All right, so there you go. This is going to be one for a 240 or a 330. It should handle up. It has a big enough wattage. I saved another laptop earlier. Hurt Locker. All right, so here's the gist. Here's the layout. I'm going to move all this stuff out of the way so we can kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. And the way we're going to build one of these. All right, I actually want to do a real video on this, but it's like every time I sit down to do it, I'm like, I don't know a good, like I want to have a nice clean way of doing this. You gifted a one sub. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. All right, so we have our screen, we have a DC jack going in, we have it going into a shunt resistor and then coming back out. So basically you're going to plug it into the wall here. This is what goes to the laptop, but you'll plug in the charger in here, that goes through a shunt resistor, comes back out, then comes over, goes through your screen, and then comes back out. And so that's kind of the gist of what you're trying to wire in the first place. And the main issue that we have is trying to get it all kind of like packed together and then fits in here. And then what I do when I build these things is I take this little shunt resistor thing, which we actually have a new setup. Where are they at? We had Ed in chat. He actually designed a new layout for this. Oh, thanks for the cheer. Thank you for those bits. Where are those at? Thought I had them here. I'll have to find them. But we designed a new all-in-one board that will allow us to be able to do this. So these are going to be ESP32s. These are C3s. These are, you can buy 3 for $10 usually for these ESP32s. These are super compact little devices that are able to connect to USB-C. And so I wrote a interface that looks like this and has the power meter. And then I'm just doing a screen capture to get you that, and then a screen capture to get you this inside of our viewer there. But that connects to this, and then this has 2 positive and negative, so 5 volts, and then that connects to 2 lines on here. And so the way that I'm doing this, so if I take a brand new one of these, I don't know if I have any brand new news of these. I don't know if I have any more ESP32s that are brand new. We're just gonna use one of these. Are we doing an intro? Should we do an intro on this? Oh no. I can tell this is already gonna go awry because I'm having a hard time like articulating what I want to say on how I want to say this, and that's why I haven't done this yet, because it's kind of all over the place. And that's the same way I feel like my original one was when I did the video on how to build it. It's like, and then I got this, and then I got this, and I got this, and I got this. So, okay. So, do I have any more of these? I need a brand new one of these ESP32s. I don't have any. All right, so here's what we do. Is everyone there with me on this? All right, so I'm going to zoom in here. So here's our ESP32. So what I've done is I've taken this and I've soldered 2 wires onto this. And you're going to solder them right here on the 5 volt and the 5 volt and ground. And so I just soldered 2 wires on it. And these are going to be ones, I usually just take one lead that has, it's double sided, and I cut it. And then I have it where it's like this. The reason why I'm doing this is because then I can take one of my shunt resistor devices, like this, and these actually will all be standing up. All these leads would be standing up on it. Let me grab a new one instead. Lead Farmer's leaving? Or Ken leaving? Which one is it? Thermal paste. All right, so we're going to take and open one of these new ones here. All right, so what's good about these, they have 0.002 shunt resistor on it. So these things are good up to 20, or I think 30 amps is what they say. But the idea is you're just basically having the voltage come through this and back out. So you hook a ground, you'll hook a positive, comes in, comes back out. And then this will interface with the ESP32. So the way I'm setting this up and the way that's going to install is I have these 2 power leads. These actually connect to ground and VCC. So we're going to connect them like this onto here, as shown. But we don't want them pointing out this way, okay? Because how am I going to connect that? So what I do is I take my needle nose pliers, okay, and I'm just going to bend these straight up to stand up like this, okay? And so now, well, I can't do it yet. I need to bend these all the way. So I bend these in. And the reason why I'm doing that is because then I can get everything kind of compact. And I kind of usually bend them over just a little bit, like this way, there we go, like that. All right, so now when I plug these in, I can actually plug them in and then get the cords out of the way. So 5 volts is this one right here. So it's going to go to this one. And then ground's going to go to this one right here. Okay, so the whole point of that is because then I can put this on top of this. And then it leads these 2 pins, they actually line up perfectly with pin 8 and 9. Which I've already soldered this on before, but so we're going to solder this on and it slides down in here. So if it was a brand new one, you would just slide it in there and solder it on. Okay, and then you'll have like this tight little package that installs into the base. I need a drink. I need a drink, man. Let me see if I can get this lined up here. That's why I wanted a brand new ESP, because then I didn't have to show you this. But we're just going to solder it like that. Perfect. Okay, so now the problem is that you see how these wires are kind of bunching up here? These actually should go all the way down. So if we get it just right, we should be able to get these where they're out of the way. So I'm going to adjust it just a little bit. Because the idea was for it to be kind of packed. Bourbon, one bourbon coming up. You getting yourself a bourbon? It's going to be bourbon time soon for me. So I tuck these out of the way like that. So we just don't want it hitting there. So I kind of push it out of the way. There we go. All right, so now this actually should go down flat. There we go. So now we have our package. And now it looks like this. See? It's just one piece. It's all ready to go. Was that easy or what? So that actually installs in our base. And so this is a newer version of the same base that I already had. And it has a USB port on it. Normally it just has this connector here. So and here's where you'd actually plug in a DC jack. So you take your jack and plug it in here like this. It just slides right in. All right. But this one, now we have our little package, and that slides into here like this. No, I like scotch. You guys like scotch, really? Can't handle scotch. Make sure I have this right. Yeah. Hold on, is this the newer base? I have a newer version of the base where it has a little more room in there. Should just snap in there though. Whiskey neat, you guys are all going off about that. Okay, there we go, and that just snaps right down in there. I'm hitting something, but it should go down in there like that. And there's our USB port. And the only thing I need to modify now is this actual top doesn't fit over this anymore. So I need to actually make a new top here that has a little bulge or a little cutout, or raise the edges. I might just raise the sides up a little bit. That will fix that. But that's that portion. So now we just need to hook the wires to it. And so the way that we have it set up here in this demo is, I only have 2 wires hooked to this, but we're going to have the ground coming in here, the voltage coming in here, right? So this is going to be our common ground is on this side, and this is going to be our common, or our voltage in. And then our voltage out is going to come actually through this center one also, right here. This is voltage out. And then we actually just need to tie a common lead that goes across here, but you do not want to be pulling current from this one. This is just to put the voltage on the screen, but not the current value. So this is going to be doing the current value, this is going to be doing the voltage value. If you try to just have this small little jumper across here and then try to pull the voltage from this one, or the current from this one, then you'll end up melting your wire. So you don't want to do that. You actually want to connect to that when you're doing it. So on our meter, this would actually connect in here, because I have my screen here. So voltage comes in here, comes out of here, then goes into the screen, then comes out of the screen, and then that goes to my plug here. But if you didn't do the screen, then we can just keep that out of the picture, and you can just basically go straight to hooking the wire in and back out and going straight to a DC jack. And so that's kind of what I do over here. Let me show you my kind of what I've been using for a long time. This is my setup I use on a daily basis. It is my first mock-up. Let me turn off my power meter and then I can unplug this. So I have my ESP32 sitting here. I have 4 wires coming to it. So VCC, 5 volt VCC ground, and then that runs over on a jumper and then goes over to that shunt that we were talking about. And then I just have a DC jack in, a DC jack out. That's it. And then this DC jack actually just plugs into my regular power box off to the side. And so that way I didn't have to rewire it or even build one of these boxes or anything like that. But I've only made one complete one with the new setup, and Premise is actually trying that out. And hopefully Premise, it's working. I don't know, because I haven't tried it very many times. But at least you guys can understand how it's set up. This looks like a mess. This looks like a mess. Nate has the boards with the R1.0. So let me grab the boards here because this is what I want to figure out. Because Ed, so Ed there in the chat, Eb, let's see, where's my boards? Where are they at? They were right here. That's what I don't understand. They were right here. What did I do with them? So we have some new boards that are designed that we need to get built up, and then I need to relay out the 3D print anyway, which makes it more compact. Must have put them on the shelf or something. Let's see. Here they are. Okay, so we have the new design here. These are our 1.0s. Thank you. The spike meter's working great. So this right here was designed by old Eb in the chat there. So you can see there's actually 8 boards here, and I have a whole stack of them. So we'll have to get this stuffed and try it out. But here's the schematics. Let me see if I can pull all that stuff up, because this is going to be the new design. Oh, there's R1.1 pending. Okay. Copy or save. Okay, so here's the schematic. And so the layout is pretty simple, and it has our input and output. And what I like about it is it's going to be a little more compact and easier to actually build out. And let me see if I can grab you the picture of the device itself. So that's what the device is going to look like. So a little bit different than layout. What did you change on here? Is it just a TPS diode? TBS diode? I can't tell. That's R1.1. Yeah, this is 1.0, right? Yeah, this is 1.0. Dell Spike Power Meter. Boom, boom, boom. So we have the LEDs. We have the, that's going to be the main chip that's actually reading the data. There's going to be where our, look, it even has the Parts People logo on it. Look at that. Parts People. And I really like that it has really nice big solder points, because whenever we had these things on here, I don't really like trying to screw into these. I'd much rather just solder straight to this. So a lot of times that's what you'll see on some of these, where I just solder to the back like this, because it's easier to deal with. And but also doing the XT40s or XT60s, XT30s or 60s could actually be doable to connect through here. Yeah, I didn't design this though, guys. So do not look at me. It was the hard work by Eb there. So, but I need to get one of these built up so we can actually play around with it, and then I can actually get the new layout here built. So, is that going to allow USB-C power readings? Yes, 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 yes. So this could be just the new layout. It's going to be set up where you'll have the ESP32 that hooks directly to it, just like this one, the same type of setup here. But it's a little more robust. It has more stuff set up on it, so we can actually get it built kind of more, it's going to be easier for people to be able to use instead of having to do it this other way where it's a little more complicated. So trying to make it easy. Eb, got a channel? Yeah, do you? The CPU mounts on the back side. Yeah. Yeah, so it just mounts right here. You'll actually see, here we go, like this. This one lines up differently. So I don't know if it's a different size one, but so it looks like it's supposed to fit just like that. There you go. So it has the outer holes fit right in there perfectly. So if you have pins populated in here, then this will slide right on the outside pins, not the inside holes. And really all we need are those 2 leads there and this other one here. And then it kind of goes flat like that instead of having it kind of protruding. Dang! Yeah, nice work. I mean, he even made schematics and did all that stuff. I mean, he's just been on it because I don't have time to sit here and do all this stuff. So that's why, anyway, that's why I haven't really done like a full build too, because I'm just like, I have to kind of finish up making these other ones. But at least maybe you guys can see kind of what we go through whenever we're kind of designing these things or looking at how we make them. And I'm glad that I actually finally have something that displays on a screen for us, because that's always been annoying where I had the camera on there forever. The camera got old. That camera got old. Let's see. Easy pizza, nice work. We can grab, I might actually see what else we can do, because I'm not going to build a full one of these at this point, but I wanted to show you how all that worked. Hello from Montreal. Okay, let's take a look at this other laptop real quick, because I want to see if we can figure out why it doesn't charge, if you guys don't mind helping me. Because I need to get this back to this customer, and he definitely needs it to charge. So maybe you guys can help me. Maybe I missed something. Hello from Montreal. Hello. Okay, so on Saturday or Sunday, whenever we worked on this machine, this thing had a blown power management board, a power management chip that blew a hole through the board. And now I got it working, and I rebuilt that whole area, but now it doesn't charge the battery. So we have to figure this out. The boards can use an INA 226 or 228, so we could actually go to the higher end boards if we wanted to. It's not buffering for you guys? I don't see any buffers on my side. Wait, is it charging? Or is it powering on? Oh, no, it's powering on. This is the one that puffed the smoke. Puff the smoke. Do I try another battery? Do I have more batteries? Yeah, I've tried a few different batteries on this too, so. Yeah, this is definitely the one that had this smoke that come out of it when we plugged in the battery. But as you can see, it actually works now, because I spent all this extra time doing the craziness and rebuilding the whole area and drilling down into the board layers and filling that in, and then redoing the chips and the wires, and spent a long time trying to get this thing working. So can use CPUs holes with a spring pins to the socket of the CPU. That would be weird if you could do that. Just hold it in place. All right, this thing's booting up. I thought it was shorting. This one was shorting. Oh, there's a conjunction tonight through the 8th for Jupiter and Venus. But that'd be right after sunset then, right? Or is it at sunrise? Razar. But it still won't charge. Yeah, so it actually says charging in the BIOS, and then no current goes in. And then inside the diags, it says idle, and no current's going in. So sometimes what I've seen in the past is you'll see it say charging, and then no current goes in, but that's because the power management chip is seeing an error, like with a shorted MOSFET or something like that. But I've checked every MOSFET I can think of. I've looked at every resistor I could think of. Okay, so we have it here. It says batteries at 0%, says charging state and good health. So this battery has 0% on it, so it doesn't turn on. Let me grab another battery that actually has a charge on it, because that battery could just be dead, right? So this battery right here actually has a charge on it. So I will plug that in while it's on, because I'm crazy. No charge, 7 amps. That's right. This thing takes 16 amps. Look, I just unplugged it and it went to 9 amps. Did you see that? Plug it back in. 7 amps. Weird. Hold on, I'll put the meter up there. Okay, so battery plugged in, unplugged battery, 9 amps. Okay. Okay, now we're going to plug in this battery, which is, this battery has a charge on it. Plug in battery. Okay, 8 amps. Well, it still dropped, but it didn't drop as much. Yikes, 9 amps, man. That's a lot. It's a lot of gigawatts. Making some coffee, coffee maker. Battery fault, so it's, I've tried multiple batteries, so it's not a battery fault, but okay, so this one shows, oop, darn it. This thing is so massive. That's what she said. Okay. Let's see if I can get this in the right spot. There we go. All right, so it says battery health good, 41% charged. It's in a charging state. I can unplug the charger. It says discharging, battery's at 41%. I'm going to plug it back in if I can. Plug it back in. So 5 amps immediately, jumps to 9.5 amps, still at 41%. Now it says idle, and is it going to switch to charging? Now it's at charging. Now, I don't know if it said when it was idle, was it at 9 amps, and whenever it said charging, it went down to 8.7, 8.6. Battery has a short inside. It's not the battery itself, because this is a different battery. It runs off the battery. Could it be software? That's what I would say, right? So can we try, what should we try? So I'm going to boot in the diagnostics. I'm going to show you this other thing. And I have a video I just filmed, and I haven't put it up yet, but I had a really, really weird symptom. It wasn't a charging issue though, so it's not related to this. So maybe it won't. I don't want to tell y'all too much because I like to surprise you. Okay, new EC and new BIOS. That's it. That will be the success, right? So we could try changing the EC chip out. I don't want to, but yeah, we could try that. So now it says idle here. So BIOS says not idle, but diags say idle, and then charge current 0. So if you want to see something crazy, check this out, okay? I'm going to zoom in really good so you can see it. So battery current is 0 because I'm not running off the battery, all right? But off the charger, we're pulling 9 amps, right? How many amps do you think are going to be pulled out of the battery when I unplug it? 10.8 amps pulling out of the battery. What kind of laptop pulls 11 amps out of a battery? That's nuts, right? I'm going to plug it back in. Let it renegotiate. Now it's -0. Still says discharging. We're going to wait for it to switch to idle. And then it should go to the charging state if it was going to start charging. Holy moly. What? 10 amps? All right, so those are what I got. That's what I got. So we think a resistor, huh? So going into the PMs. Yeah, we're getting late, aren't we? Okay, so bad CSR. What's a CSR? I don't even know what a CSR is. Can you tell me what a CSR is? Wait, did that just move? Discharging. Wait a minute. We have a new symptom. It's plugged in right now. Current sense resistor. Okay. You guys are fancy with your acronyms. Okay, so should we jump the CSR? Could we have a bad CSR? Now I'm using the acronym. That's weird that it was going to a discharge state. It moved. I think it moved. Another George Costanza. 10 amps plugged in now. Okay, resistor. Hardly know her. It's probably out of spec. Okay, so should we? That's what you think we should change as a current sense resistor? All right. I believe you. I believe you. So that would, oh, you got it. You guys got it. Oh, now I get it. Okay, so that's what you're saying. So what you're saying is that when I unplug the battery or the charger and it runs off the battery, it's not actually pulling 11 amps. It just thinks it is because it's stupid. It's because it's out of spec. And so therefore it can't charge right because it's stupid. When you're going to flash a fresh BIOS, what happens to the stuff on the OEM product key or manufacturer date and ownership assets and asset tags and all that stuff get reset. So when I do a clean BIOS that has nothing on it, yeah, all of that stuff's gone, but you could set all of that again besides the product key. Product key is the only thing that doesn't get put back in there, but your service tag gets reset, your ownership date, you can just check the box, all that stuff gets taken care of. It's not a big deal. Stupid thing. All right, so could be a bad pull up or pull down resistor or cap on the same circuit. All right, so where should I check first, guys? So, and I guess for the people who are just joining in that weren't here on Sunday, here's what we went through. Let me pull up the board view. So we already did a bunch of crap on this one, but it all ties to the current sense. I think it was a 16R one we needed. Come on. Okay, so on this board, we had the power management chip here, and we had a big hole blown right here through the board, and pins 1 and 2 were completely blown up. They were blowed up is what I was saying. So we had to rebuild this whole area, but actually the hole was here. And so I had to dig all this out, and I had to fill it in with solder mask, solder mask. And then I ended up running a wire to this capacitor right here and running a wire to this capacitor right here. And then these actually come over and they connect to these two resistors here. And this one kept blowing out, so I replaced that one multiple times. And then both of these go to either side of the current sense resistor, the CSR, the stupid current sense resistor. So this is the current sense resistor, is this whole thing, and it connects here and then goes right back up to this other resistor here. This is the one that kept blowing because it kept shorting out. And so I guess there's a chance that because we kept having a short going across the current sensor resistor over here, that this is bad. So that's what is plausible. Okay? So I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to see, we're going to have to pull the board out real quick. Artificial intelligence is stupid. It's stupid. It's fairly easy to find Windows product keys in the extracted BIOS. It is. Yeah, I can show you that. Excuse me. Yeah, for instance, I will use an example of a BIOS that's like really old or something. Let's see. Let me find something that nobody cares about. All right, so here, I'm going to pull up a BIOS here. I just want to show you this. And if you go and search through here, and I actually just did a, this is the find a product key inside of a BIOS that's extracted. So I usually go to string, and then I wrote this little code here. It's just a regex thing. So basically it's searching for numbers or letters, numbers or letters, numbers or letters with a dash, numbers or letters, numbers or letters and with a dash, and then with another dash. Okay? And then you hit find. Pattern not found. course. Of course, my example did not work. So there's no product key in there. Trying to show you one that's like really old here. That doesn't really matter. Let's see. There you go. There's one. See? Boom. I'm not gonna let you look at it too long. All right. So that's how you do that. Pretty easy. Not too bad. All right, so do a shunt mod. So you think that if we just shorted it out, would it start charging? Premise? Can we just do that? So if we just get this board on the desk and plug a motherboard or a battery into it and then just short it out, will it start charging or not? I don't think it will. You can download a BIOS from the manufacturer. The BIOS from manufacturers are clean. They're non-configured BIOSes, but you have to short it for science. But because it's the ME region that you're trying to build out, and that you can't just copy one over. So if it's the AMD motherboard, you can actually just extract the BIOS region and flash it right to the motherboard. These are the screws, right? Yes. If it's an AMD motherboard. So like even on this one, this is not an AMD, but if it was, then I could just flash right straight on there without having to do anything special. But because it's an Intel board, you have to do a bunch of crazy stuff. Shunt mod it. All right, so I don't know. We'll see. You just put another resistor right on top of it. Short it for science. You ever worked for Dell? Never worked for Dell. I started this place when I was 21 years old, and I'd worked at a computer store before that, and then I was running his eBay department selling computer parts, and then he shut down his eBay department, and I started my own eBay business and then turned it into this company. So that was when I was a wee lad. A wee lad. Now I've done this for half my life, more than half my life. Okay, so this is the area we're working on, and it actually has the shunt right here. So a shunt's just going to be a low resistance resistor. So basically allows current to flash, go right through it, but it's very, very minor. So basically we have a chip that's reading one side versus the other side, and there's going to be a tiny voltage drop across here, and so it's trying to figure out how much current is going through this. By measuring the voltage drop. So there's a chance that this is bad, is what we're saying. And the reason why is because we had kind of a short on this at one point, because we ended up having a short on this pin that comes down over here, then goes down through here, loops through this, then comes back up to here, and then comes back up to there. So it's kind of like this long loop that does this. And so there was a short on there. So, and we had burned pins, so we could have a burned shunt resistor. Now I've already replaced both of those, and I've already replaced these caps that are on here, and all the resistance seems fine everywhere else. And I can't tell that there's an issue anywhere else. Properly calibrated wire. Okay, so will it charge though if I have that on there? So we measure here. So this says 6K. 6K? Maybe that's right, 6K. 6K016. 6K018. That seems like too much. All right, so just put a wire across it. Or just do our tweezers like this. Voltage inject. There's no injection because Ken loves to inject some voltage. You got an accurate milliohm meter? I don't. I do not own one. I barely know you. Let me get a DC jack, and I'll see if we can get this set up. I kind of like the idea of shorting it out, but I also like the idea of just changing it out. Replace it would be the easiest, actually. But I just want to tweezer it for science. We're going to tweeze it for science, and then we'll try it out. Okay, so in order to make this board not come on, I'm going to plug it in, then unplug it. So right now I'm going to plug it in, it will power on its own. So you just watch that startup cycle. 3, 2, 1, and right as it starts pulling the full current, there we go. I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in. And that should set the real-time clock thinking it was on already. So now it's not on, but it still has power in a way where I can just plug in a battery and it should charge. And that way I don't have to worry about it going through a startup cycle. Let me plug a battery into it. Okay, battery's plugged in. Flip this back over. You can't see it. Don't spark. No sparky. Okay. Okay, all right. So I have a feeling that this is not going to do anything, but I just want to see what voltage we have here. So we should have battery voltage, 11.61, 11.61 also. Okay, so we're going to short it out. We're going to take it from a donor in a second, but we're just going to short this out first. I'm going to unplug the power. I'm going to plug it back in now and see if it actually triggers it. Nope. Tombstone it. Nope. Reset spike because we have 10 amps coming through spike. Crazy spike. What are you doing, buddy? All right, so that's not going to work. Let's go ahead and change out the shunt resistor. I don't know, but I would be interested to know if it no longer has 10 point or 11 amps or whatever it is coming out of it. Poof. ECC is not allowing it. That's what I'm thinking is the EC. So we could have a burnt EC line. Maybe we can check in diode mode on the EC chip and see if we, I don't want it to change the EC chip out, but I guess we would have to. So there's a chance that Kazi says we should tombstone this. We can just take it off. So let's do it without that on there for a second. You check voltages at the gates. So when you plug it in, so here's what I was doing before. I was checking it to see what voltages we have. Whenever we plug in the charger, we should get something on that. We didn't get anything there. Let me check it again. Got nothing either way. Oh, and I replaced the MOSFETs on the charging circuit too. Yeah, that's right. I replaced those. I replaced a lot of stuff. Is it possible that maybe charge gate is being disrupted? The charging gate definitely is fine. I'm trying to think if I could trick it though, because it. Oh, well, I got tired. Is there any shot of some bizarre feedback across the double diode in front of the power management chip that takes the V? Where? Okay, so that's over here more. That's like up here, I think. But I guess it could have something weird on that. Let's put this new one on here, and then that way we can at least check that box. Because I didn't think about that. The sense circuit seems funny. There we go. I like how big this guy is. I think it's huge. Watch this. Well, Dave, we'll check that in a second. I'm just going to try to do one thing at a time. I have no idea. It could be a double diode situation. Okay, we got that guy off of there. All right. You weren't there Sunday. Okay, so yeah, Sunday we went through so much stuff, so it was just like it took forever to get through it. And the main thing is that we almost had it, and right after we plugged in the battery, then smoke came out. So I mean, we definitely had a lot of issues on the battery charge circuit. So that's kind of why we're trying to figure out. Like, I'm glad that we got it working off the battery now, and now it actually detects the battery, it reads the battery, it's communicating with the battery, it runs off the battery, so it just will not allow battery voltage to go in. Whether it's, you know, I know that it's not, the battery's not locked out, it's not a safety issue on the battery. So, but maybe it's a reading of the battery issue. And that would be reading how much current is going into the battery safely or what. That's what she said. Backup on data on the board. Is it really worth the repair? Are we talking about the same repair here? Because this board is a $2,500 motherboard. $2,500. This has an RTX 4090 and an i9 13900HX on it, so it's strong. It's a strong one. That's cracked. Okay, so I'm going to plug this in again, let it power up for a second, and then unplug it. Actually, let me see how much voltage we have on this current sense resistor. 9.2, so its lower voltage is 9.2, which is not unheard of usually when we plug in things. But let me unplug it, plug it back in, and see if it ever gets up to our 12 volts that we need. So now it's just sitting at 1.2. This is normal. Oh, now it's 9.2. It's weird. 9.2 just seems a little bit low. This has a crack? Nah, it's not a crack. It's a hair. These are hairs. That's hairs. So 9.2 is what we're getting. So I'm going to unplug this, plug it back in real quick, and see if I can get it to stay off, and then I'll plug in the battery, wherever that goes. Okay, battery's plugged in. So definitely not current sensor resistor. It should jump up to 0.22 and then jump up. So right now we have 11.6 on here. Okay, let me pull the... Still impressed that the motherboard's $2,500 alone. Yeah, and maybe it's $2,200. I mean, it's still like, it's expensive. The last time I had this board in stock for $1,350 one time, where I had a couple of them, and then they sold out, and then I realized that that was too cheap. But I got a good deal on them, so what can I say? The greed is strong with this board. So I have to pull the heatsink off in order to really see the rest of this electronics here. Lower the light a little bit. It's like the camera, like that's the light all the way off, and then this is a little bit on. I have to use the polarizer in order to see it right. ECC, I think it's the EC chip, probably. It's probably what it is. Tell Nate, back surgeon, just gave Doc a Bambi reflex test, and the result was fantastic. No spinal cord damage. Thank you for that update. So Doc White had a successful spinal cord test because of his surgery. I'm glad to hear. Thank you. Thanks for that update. Is there a crack of the PCB4? Let me take this heatsink off so we can actually see what's going on here. No chance of recovering information from that laptop. You're talking about the other laptop? I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that one. I don't think there is with that CPU. I mean, to me, it seems like you would have like Microsoft have some sort of backup keys or something, or some sort of back door. The NSA can get the data off of it, I'm sure. Do you have any insides on the NSA? Okay. All right, heatsink is off. Heatsink is off. Okay, brain trust. Let's get to it. All right, so here's the power management chip I had to rebuild. So pin 1 and pin 2 have wires that are soldered underneath the chip and go straight over and solder to either side of this capacitor. This capacitor comes over here to that one and comes over here to this one. This is the one that kept blowing out on me. And then there's a 0-day exploit that disables BitLocker. Huh. But I wonder how it has to boot up probably in Windows to do it though. Right? Like you have to have a machine that functions, I feel like. You can't have it, because I know there's a yellow key where you can just pull it off of there too if I can boot off of it. But anyway, so pin 1 comes here to this side of the capacitor, then comes over here, then that comes over here down to this, and then pin 2 comes to this side, goes over here, this kept blowing out, comes over here, goes to that side. I guess it's actually reversed on here, but so this is supposed to be a 2 ohm and a 0 ohm, I think. So this is a 2 ohm. And this is a 0 ohm. There you go. So that's all correct. Doc White for science. All right, so I went ahead and changed this power management chip out another time. Even though I had already built this up, I was able to get it replaced again. So double diode, I believe, is going to be over here somewhere, PD 4410. So there's going to be a double diode that feeds the battery and the charger together. It takes extreme level nerddom to hack NSA level. Nerddom. I like nerddom. Okay, so PSID, that's PSID. I don't think we're thinking it's a PSID issue because it thinks there's the battery plugged in. Okay, so here's 19 volts, DCN, ACN, charge DC. So this is the diode that we need to be looking at if we're going to have some sort of issue. And there's some sort of resistor here. So this resistor value is a 10 ohm, 10R3. So we need to check to make sure we have 10 ohms there. And we need to make sure this diode works. Okay. Which is this setup, so I was right. So this should be a 10 ohm right here. We have 10 ohms. And so these are the diodes. We're going to go diode mode. Gosh, this is frustrating. That diode's fine. So you measure both ways. One side it will actually beep and one side it won't. So it's actually blocking it directly or correctly. This is kind of what I've been going through, guys. It's just like I spent another 4 hours or something on it the next morning after I got this rebuilt, and then sat there and just messed around measuring every single component I could. And I just don't know, without having to replace like EC chips and stuff. Oh, shoot. Take a break, man. You're tired. Yeah, you're right. I do sound like I'm tired. I'm slowing down, and I'm not having as much fun when I start doing this. I start getting into these little modes where I'm like, I can't really. Oh, look at me. God, I look horrible. Okay. All right. Yeah. Give me a second here. Let me regroup. I look tired. How long have I been here today? I got here at 7. Let's see, 7. No, I got here a little after 8. So it's been 15 hours. Or 14 hours. 14 hours. Math is hard. Okay. Yeah, let's just hang out for a second. We didn't figure this one out, but let me drink some water. I didn't drink any water the whole stream. We only got 8 minutes left, so this is a perfect time for us to let's do some talking, shenanigans. Let's get the shenanigans on, people. Initiate just chatting and shenanigans, and you guys can just ask me whatever you want. I'll try to read as many questions as I can, and let's go. T-shirt ideas with pictures in your email. Check them out. Perfect. Alexandra just sent us some pictures for some T-shirt ideas. Let's see. Let's see what he's got us going through here. All right, you sent it to our main box. I don't have it, so I'll have that. That will get forwarded over to me. My repair box is the only one I have access here. Tactical break. Hemorrhoids alert. Time to stretch. Yeah. Here we go. Caffeine go. All right. Always another day. New day. New laptop to repair. Did you do a video on my laptop? I would love to see what's wrong with it. Cody, no, I didn't, but I can tell you what it is. And so your laptop is the M18 with the short on the DDR5 power rail. So you did have a shorted out capacitor on the DDR5 power rail. And so I do see that one. That machine does get a short there a lot, and so that's why we're doing the fan mod, and that will cool off that area of the board. But you also, your fans were caked, man. It's disgusting. So you're going to need to get on a routine where you blow out your fans every single month or so. I'm on a 14-hour myself today. James is doing the old 14-hour. Yeah, so Wednesdays are my 15-hour shifts normally. So I usually get to work 7:30 in the morning, and then I'm here about until 10:30 at night. And that's kind of a normal Wednesday for me. But I got to work a little after 8 today. So how many times have you said I saved another laptop? What, today? How many times did I say it today? Oh, yeah. It's every video I say it. It's a kind of a joke anyway. The whole thing was a joke, and then it kind of took off. So BitLocker exploit only works on computers that work. So Dan has confirmed that. That's the same thing with the yellow key. Exploit where you can actually extract the key. It only works on a machine that has the keys stored in the motherboard, because then it can boot off of it, because it's basically having to do it. Sent one for ohms on Discord. So let's take a look on Discord here. Watch party. You guys are funny. Let's see. Not equals bot. What is that supposed to mean? Dragon. Didn't like tired premise. Nate, I sent you some questions and some other stuff via email. When you get a chance, please read. Let me know when you're on the line. Okay. Yeah, I will get to them whenever I can. I'm really bad at answering. Emails are just tough, man. I get some in the Discord. Forget about it. I have a hard time getting on there. How useful is a battery on a computer that drains at 10 amps at idle? I'm telling you, it's not useful at all. And those machines that are big gaming machines that use that much power, it's basically a buffer to get you to the next outlet. That's all it is. So, what happens to the laptop that you couldn't fix for my family? So I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to look at it a little bit more and see what we can do. I may still try to do a swap or something, but I don't know 100%. That CPU looks pretty bad, so I'm going to see what I can do. I'm going to keep messing with it. I'll be in touch tomorrow about it. What should I get first, thermal camera or oscilloscope? Thermal camera, 100%. So oscilloscope is going to be only for certain things. Thermal camera can be used for everything. If you notice how often I pull up the thermal camera, just even the turn on the machine, you're kind of just seeing what is powering on, what's not powering on. Is the EC chip on or what is not, You changed what I already put up there. Okay, gotcha. The new motherboard is for my HP Omen, $700. That sounds about right. Sending in my 15R4 with Windows 11. Turn BitLocker off. I will. Okay. It takes a long time to decrypt a drive, but we can do that for you. Gosh, this stuff's moving. It's moving on me. I hate when it moves like this. Shoot. The core to the BitLocker exploit is in the keys in the dead CPU. That's the problem. Yeah. So the dead CPU is going to be the main issue. eat some RAM not too long ago. I was wondering if that would cause it. Oh, the RAM runs really, really hot, and so you said that you had RAM that failed. Then yeah, that's I've seen so many of them with actually bad DDR5 modules in that machine. So hot glue is for free. Is there a YouTube link? Oh, it's in the YouTube link. Yes. Okay. Have you ever bought a whole flux candle set yet? No. So he only made a few of them. So and he just started this like last week. So I don't know. What happened to the green alien head behind you? Oh, is it dead? I thought I had it on. Okay. Did it turn off? I think it's running out of batteries. I need to. She's not broken. The person probably could not hot solder, and they gave you it glued together. So I think that I'm starting to think now that they were like giving up, and they were like, "Oh, I just need to send the BIOS back and just put it back on there like that." So it came with it instead of being a bag on the side or something like that. Just watched the video where you fixed the glued chip. Bravo for getting picture. I cannot believe. I worked in the oil and gas industry and drove gravel roads. So all my cars were getting dusty, and I played in the car, and it worked. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, that's probably it's exactly what it looked like. There was so much dust in there. It's so crazy. I bought some Flux from your buddy. It smells good. It sure does. It's a trademark phrase. I saved another laptop. Maybe I should trademark it, huh? I already have a trademark for some other stuff, so maybe I should do that. A repair shop may be able to replace the CPU or more common laptops, entire motherboard. I mean, I have a BGA machine right here. I could change out the CPU. So I mean, it's not that it can't be changed out. It's that the BitLocker key is stored in the CPU. So if BitLocker can still access the original TPM on the system, configuration hasn't changed, even though the recovery mode Windows will unlock a drive automatically. But these things have PTT, so it's using the management engine, and it's tied to the CPU and chipset. So you really should trademark it. Yep, I think I should. Oh my gosh, am I that far back already? Just got the new Flux today. Looking forward to trying it out. Yeah, you should probably just try it out on the counter. You don't need to do anything. Gaming laptops' life suck. They suck. Did your family guy sign Windows with an email address? Dana, did you do an email address when you signed up? Yeah, because that's the question. Because if you did BitLocker, it's stored somewhere in some BitLocker account or some Windows account somewhere. And I can help you with, we can try to see if we can find that somewhere. Same, got the new Flux today. Never seen an oscilloscope being used here. So I have an oscilloscope right here. Is this camera working? Yeah, so I have an oscilloscope right here. And I use it sometimes on certain projects that we have to scope out different things. I just bought this one, and I had like a smaller one that we use for some things. But it's mainly just to figure out, are we getting some sort of chatter? But we're not doing anything super complex with it. It's mainly just to kind of figure out, do we have signals going here and there? And that's kind of what you're looking at. High-end laptops pulled from a cigarette lighter could melt the car's electricity. Oh, man. That was nothing I got. Thermal camera alongside a rework station. Thermal Master P4. They have a P4? I didn't even know they had a P4. They need to send me a P4 so I can try it out. I've never even seen the P4. Like the man said, green alien behind you. It scared me. Forget the BL thing. It's not solvable. Yeah, the BitLocker thing. I mean, like I said, I recovered a BitLocker earlier this week. That the person said that they could not get their BitLocker, and I was able to get it, but I fixed the motherboard. This one, I don't know if the motherboard's going to be fixable at all. And so I'll have to see if I can, I don't know. Would you try to reprogram the EC chip instead of replacing it? So on this machine, I'm on the Alienware, those, I don't know how programmable they are. I do have a programmer for it, but I've never successfully been able to program it because it uses the Novoton chips, so I usually just replace those. I'm working on XPS 9500. It freezes on the Dell flash screen. So it does the same thing with no RAM. So it's not actually posting. So if you have a Dell flash screen and it just says the word Dell and doesn't say secured by Dell BIOS or whatever Dell secure BIOS, it means it's not actually posting. That's the whole thing. You don't have to have RAM in there for that. You either have a bad BIOS, so it needs to be rewritten, Ken, or you have a bad PD controller. So one of your PD controllers are bad. So I need you to check all 3 of your plugs, and if you have one that's only sticking at 5 volts, then that's probably the side that's going to have the issue, and you'll have to replace the PD controller. And that's probably what the issue is. Twitch should have smooth scrolling, 144 hertz, less nausea. Oh, sorry, I have only 30 frames per second going to either stream, so someday someone else will create a hot glue that's better than solder. Better than solder. Dual lens camera lets you see the components as well as the temperatures. Really? Yes! That's what the P4 is? Really? Really? I want it. That's exactly what my FLIR 1 Pro is. That's what I've been wanting. Oh, can I pull that up for a second? Here, hold on, guys, for a second. I'm going to pull that up. Thermal Master P4 Pro. Where is it? P4. This? It's a dual lens. I want it. I want it. Yo. Yeah. I was suspicious about the BIOS. All PD is at 20 volts. Okay, so BIOS would probably be the way to go on that one. It's probably going to be inside the ME region if it's hanging there. But you can try BIOS recovery. Hold on Control Escape, plug in the power, and see if it turns on automatically, and see if you can get into BIOS recovery, but I doubt you can. This is awesome, guys. Oh, can you not see that? Sorry. Look at this. So I don't need the word AI on there. I don't like that. So you could take that off of there. I'll probably just cover it up. But having 2 lenses, one's an actual camera, and then one's the thermal, and then that gives us our overlay. That's what I've been wanting all my life. That's the same thing as my FLIR 1 Pro. Android only, too. Look at this. Boy, that's what I use is Android. I don't even own an iOS device. Why is that? Okay. All right, so I'm going to contact them. They've been trying to send me a P3 Pro, and so I'm just going to have to figure out what to do. Device recovery is a crock of. It works. It only works when it works. So, but yeah, I'll see if I can get them to send me one of these so I can try it out, or I can do the old 30-day trial on Amazon and return it if I don't like it. Adamant IT did a review on the P4. It's not as good for board level repair since it has fixed focus and you can't adjust it. Oh, okay. Fixed focus. What does that mean, it has fixed focus? So the P2 Pro, you can move at any distance and it refocuses. P3 has a knob you focus. So the P4 has a fixed focus and doesn't have a knob anymore? I don't understand. Wait, the FLIR 1 Pro Gen 3 has dual cameras. The FLIR 1 Pro, the one I have has dual cameras, but it's not as sensitive as the Thermal Masters. That's why I like the Thermal Masters, because they have more sensitivity, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. What's the worst laptop you would not recommend buying from Dell? Okay, all right, so you're going deep on this one, real deep. So the main thing is I would not buy a consumer laptop, so don't buy a Walmart Special unless you want to replace it within 2 years. So Walmart Special is going to be a sub $500 laptop that's made of plastic. And then the worst laptop I would not buy would be one that's all the way spec'd out to the max. And it really doesn't matter what model it is at that point. But I wouldn't buy one that's the maxed version of it, because that's not the best. I would always go a step below on everything. So if it has an i9, go to nice i7, or if it's an Ultra 9, then get just the 9 or the Ultra 7. And then if it has the highest GPU, then go step down on the GPU. And that usually gets you safe. But you're either talking about like one that fails a lot or one that's structurally formed badly. So those are the things I think about. So Dragon Ball says, I'm going to test it tomorrow to see what I can retrieve via MS, the code, and connect the drive and external access. Yeah, that's why I want to play around with the yellow key. I want to play around with trying to do some more BitLocker recovery stuff to see if I can play around with it, figure it out. So, all right. Okay, it's after 10. I'm going to have to dodge out of here. Hopefully sorry I didn't answer all your guys' questions. Sorry about that, people, but I have to go. You mean maxed out computer like Doc just bought? Yes, I told Doc. I told him not to buy a maxed out one, but he likes his maxed out stuff. Yes. So anyway, all right. So I'm wrapping it up. Thanks for everyone coming out. We do these streams twice a week, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central and Sunday at 9 a.m. Central. I want to thank everyone for coming out and participating, having fun. Thank the mods for keeping the chat clean and helping me out during the stream because it's very hard to keep up with everything. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for those gifted subs. Thanks for all my friendly advice and backseating where you're helping me out, though, because we're getting into shenanigans. We only fixed one laptop tonight. We had 2 bad ones, so 1 out of 3. Ken says, thank you for everything, man. Love the videos. Well, Ken, thank you so much, and I appreciate each and every one of you, and thanks for watching. And I'll see you Sunday at 9 a.m. Central Time.